Sorry. Heyo! And welcome back. We are at Verdict Watch in the trial against Henry Dinkins for the kidnapping and murder of Breasia Terrell. And if you have followed me on my when I've been covering this case, you already know what I think about uh, how the prosecution has conducted themselves. And yesterday, during the closing arguments, in my opinion, the prosecution went way too far with accusations of SA towards Breasia Terrell. And I know it's a probability, but they never in the trial entered anything into evidence to suggest that Mr. Dinkins is not charged with that. I suspect that had this been a jury trial, that this would have been highly objected to and a call for mistrial. Because just saying those accusations, I know that the case is already bad enough, but this might have gone way over the top and might have even caused a mistrial. And but it's a bench trial. The Vikings say cough. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what happened yesterday. In my opinion, that only muddled the waters more for the prosecution. And I have the Law and C-Word channel up just in case. I have the Twitter feed up, so when and if the judge, if it chooses to come back today, then we will know. And but we also have to know that this judge has other obligations. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes over the weekend, but you never know. You never know. But meanwhile, while we wait, we only did up to half of day 10. So we do have some things we can go through, because I know there were some disagreements in the chat yesterday about certain evidence. And we might go back and listen to some of that as well. But at least today, this will be a verdict watch where we also cover the trial. Tomorrow, I will do a Young Thug update. There has been some new motions and some new hearings that I want to cover. That also will be a verdict watch, so to speak, because next few days we will all be waiting for the verdict to come in. So if the judge calls it tomorrow, then I will make that stream tomorrow to a verdict watch, so we can all see it happening in real time. Friday, I'm probably just going to hop on other people's streams and be in preparation for my Finally Friday. Every Friday, almost every Friday, I have a Finally Friday. A casual end of the work week stream. There are guests. We have a drink of choice and just ramble on about anything and everything. Usually a very fun and let loose type of stream. Saturday is Yodi Day, as per usual. The Saturday will be a longer stream. Me and David dual streams that. And on Sunday, after a 2-week pause, it's going to be Serial Killer Sunday. We are watching the final witnesses in the trial against Jeffrey Dahmer. Then we will watch we will watch throughout what's left of that trial. And once we are done with that, next episode of Serial Killer Sunday will be the interview with Jeffrey's dad. And hopefully after that, we go on to Eileen Warhus, that lady serial killer. And I hope that Steve Gosney will join me on those streams, because he was actually involved in the prosecution. So that will be fun. But today we are here for Breasia Terrell, and said it before, say it again, say it to the end of time. She deserves justice. And I don't think that this prosecution gave her justice. This has not... I've been accused of a few things on Twitter and stuff like that, of being for the defense. No, I really don't like this guy. I am somewhat impressed with the defense lawyer, but I still think that the circumstantial evidence, the good ones, should be enough. But this prosecution muddled it so bad. So that's why I'm here, because I want justice for Breasia, and I want the justice system to work. Okay, but we were here. We will pick up after lunch on day 10 with the bone doctor. And as per usual, I will not now, not ever, show picture her remains. If her remains is up, this will happen. And we will just listen to the testimony. Lawrence Seward might grift off dead bodies and decomposing bodies. I won't. I have too much respect for the dead. Just so everybody knows. Whew. Thank you, Bess. He says, I sincerely appreciate your level-headed approach to the definition of justice. Unlike what most think, justice does not mean get the emotionally desired outcome at any cost. Yeah. Courts and trials should not be about emotions. You can bring that up in sentencing if there is, but I am a facts guy. I like facts. I like evidence. I even like circumstantial evidence if presented accordingly, as they should. Okay, let's see here what I can do. For some reason, Microsoft, I need, next computer will not be a Microsoft, because gosh darn it, it starts up a lot of junk, just me pressing on the computer that is completely worthless and just takes up memory and CPU and stuff like that. Well, enough whining. Let's move on with this sound.
Dr. Cruz, can you please describe what's depicted in State's Exhibit 16-24?
First thing is picture of bone.
Yes, this is a photograph of Breasia's right scapula. At the bottom left corner of the bone is a defect corresponding to a gunshot wound.
All right. And then if you could, just so that we've got some perspective, right there, certainly. And then let's go to the upper right corner, that dark portion there on the scapula.
They are showing the other side of the shoulder blade.
Interval being outside or some animal scavenging, just the process of the bony breakdown.
So I will describe it meanwhile they testify, because I didn't show this on my screen.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 16-25. What are we seeing in this particular photograph?
So here it's the other side of that bone. So where the bone was
Yeah.
protruding, on the other side here you can see the actual
Showing
hole
pictures
that was
of
created by that bone.
shoulder blade
Absolutely.
with
And then
injuries.
just go ahead and point to that again so that the judge can see what area you're referencing. But for the bullet impact, would that have been solid bone there?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 16-26, what are we seeing in this image?
This is the right scapula again. So turn to the side.
More
and
bone
we see
pictures.
That bullet hole again. From different angles, you can appreciate more of the jagged bone around it a little bit better.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 16-27.
This is a similar photograph, more from an inferior angle again.
Every
showing
angle
hole
of
that
the
bullet
shoulder blade.
created.
Okay, does this
Shown.
give us probably
If
the
you're
best
new,
perspective of the hole created
just
by the
joined,
bullet?
I think
I will
so.
never. I
Certainly.
will, if I
State's
can avoid it,
Exhibit
I will not show
16-28.
remains on my channel.
This again is showing that bullet hole, which is not as nice because you don't have the blue behind it, but the hole can be appreciated and the irregularity of the bullet around it.
16-29.
This is a photograph of the tag that was inside the body bag and attached to the body itself. It's attached to a rib here. And here it's labeled with adolescent doe, the same name on the outside of the bag and the same identifying information.
They are
with
showing
Dr. Malcolm's name.
And
parts
at
of
this
the
point, are we
remains.
going to start to examine the hair that came in with the body?
I believe that might be next, yes.
State's Exhibit
Let me
16-30.
pause it. This is a bench trial. And even in jury trial, I understand why they need the shock value, because it does affect psychologically towards a jury. But everything here could be testified to and then entered into evidence without having it up and broadcasted. I think this is so disrespectful of Breasia. Let her rest in peace. You don't have to show off her remains to the entire world. I don't understand why it's so important when everything with it can be entered into evidence without broadcasting it. Let's continue.
So this is a photograph of the hair that was received with the body. It's dark in color, affixed into dreadlocks, and there are seashells.
That we can see throughout. Okay.
Yeah.
16-31.
This is another photograph of the hair showing the seashells.
This is just for shock value from the prosecution.
Shows up best on the computer.
Certainly. 16-32. As we
The
look
law
at
and
this
C
particular
word
photograph, are we now
happily
going to
broadcast
start
it
to
to
see
their
where
audience.
the bullet was located at?
Bunch
Yes,
of
where
wankers.
the center of the photograph is where the bullet was recovered.
All right. And just going back in your testimony earlier, is that consistent with the possibility of that bullet having traveled through the mandible, through the C3, C4, and out and got caught in the hair?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16-33.
And this is just a closer view of that bullet when it's still in the hair.
And then
16-34.
of evidentiary value, this needs to, the
Another
pictures
view of
needs
the
to be
hair
taken.
with the bullet.
They just don't need to be broadcasted.
16-35.
Even closer view of the hair with the bullet.
All this could be stipulated to
16-36.
by
This is
both
a photograph
sides,
with the hair.
because
In
these are
addition to the
just facts.
seashells and the bullet, a tooth was recovered from the hair, which can be seen here. Many of the teeth, as we had seen prior, were not within the skull.
All right, thank you. Then did you take photographs of that bullet that had been removed from the
Like
hair?
and
Yes,
subscribe.
I did.
16-37.
This is a photograph of the bullet after it had been removed.
Okay.
Showing
Bullet I can show.
significant color discoloration and still has hair attached to it.
16-38.
This is that same bullet just flipped over.
Understandably, they
showing
can't-
It still has hair and looks like some other
It-
debris
not even a-
attached to it.
16-39.
Oh,
This is
and
a
body
photograph
parts.
of that tattered light colored shirt that was
Oh,
covered
sure.
with the body and intermixed with the bones and the mummified tissue.
Now, as we look at this photograph, is there more than one article of clothing that is depicted?
It's hard for me to say if there should be
If the
just a
chat
shirt.
acts
Just
There
the
up,
shirt?
was a
refresh
bra
the
that was
stream
received that
and
was a similar color,
it will fix itself.
but there's a separate photograph of that.
All right. Thank you. And as we look at this T-shirt, can we see what the color of the T-shirt would have been but for its exposure to the elements?
Most likely, I think the color of this t-shirt is probably best represented by the center of the photograph, white or a very, very light color.
Thank you. States Exhibit 16-40.
This is a photograph of the tag on that t-shirt, which is clearly imprinted with
This
the brand
was-
Cotton Zone and the size
This was
4XL.
what the
And when we
lead
consider the
detective
size
held up
4XL,
the other
would
day.
you attribute that to being a child shirt or an adult shirt,
An adult.
a man shirt or a female shirt?
This is one of the things, because this evidence has been shown and entered several times when all they had to do was enter it at this time. They have wasted so much time during this trial, presenting the same evidence over and over again in attempts to make the case stronger. And in my opinion, it only weakens the case, because they are going for shock value. And that you only do when you know you have a weak case, in my opinion.
Could be either, but it could be a large adult male is probably most likely.
Certainly. Going to States Exhibit 16-41.
And this is that light colored sports bra that was also received with the body.
16-42.
This is the other side of that sports bra, and here the tag is also visible. It shows the size 36 and Fruit of the Loom brand.
All right. States Exhibit 16-43.
These are the perforated black shorts that were also received with the body.
Again, the prosecution claims that discoloration is because of bleach. Anyone who had accidentally or voluntarily spilled bleach on clothing, that's not how bleach works. That's simply not how it works.
Give me a moment, Dr. Cruz. We're all struggling with colds, so. As we look at this photograph, do you show areas or do we see areas of discoloration?
Yeah, here we go again. The same exact questions they asked the lead detective. This has already been testified to. And it's so unnecessary. It's compound in my opinion. But the defense doesn't object. So here we go.
On these shorts.
Yes.
Explain.
The bottom part of the short, similar to the shirt, probably represents the true color, which is a black color. And then there's discoloration up near the band of the shorts, the whitish sort of discoloration.
And does that seem to extend across toward the center portion of that shorts?
Yes.
States Exhibit 16-44.
This is the back. We were looking at the front earlier. This is the back part of the shorts.
Is the same discoloration present on portions of the fabric on the back side of the shorts as well?
Yes, it is.
Remember how they tried to argue that different kind of discoloration? I do. And here, apparently, Bone Doctor says no.
States Exhibit 16-45.
This is a close-up of the tag. The tag did not have any writing that I could make out.
Certainly. But as we're looking at the waistband, with this close-up, do we get a really good perspective of the discoloration that was present in the fabric?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, let me throw a question out there. I don't know that this is something that you can speak to, but I'll throw the question out. With bullets being out in an environment like this, do you have any training experience as to how the elements would impact the bullet itself?
As part of my training, I was always told that we're often trained with tissue, human tissue. So any sort of human tissue or blood can degrade a bullet. And similarly,
They only have 2 charges on him: kidnapping and murder. I don't know Iowa rules if the judge can choose to convict on lesser charges. But if kidnapping and murder is the only charges and he can't reach a verdict that is to those 2, then it might be that Mr. Dinkins walks. Well, he won't walk. Let me just say that. There's plenty of other things to convict him of in other areas. For instance, he is still not allowed to be around kids. So that potentially can bring a good number of years. So they can choose to have different charges about he's not allowed to pick them up in his car. He's not allowed to visit the mother because she has kids there. He's not allowed to have them in the apartment. That can be 3 different charges of the same because it's in continuation, which they can all say these are all worth, say, 5 years each. And I don't know if they have anything else on him, but I would assume they would search high and low for any kind of drugs or anything, and then just stack everything they have on him if he's acquitted of this.
being exposed to elements, rain, dirt can also degrade a projectile, but further defining that would take someone who has greater expertise.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Waters. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I will first just ask, your profession would involve or include detecting possible deaths by either sharp force trauma or blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Just briefly, can you describe what those 2 things are?
Sharp force trauma involves injury with any object that essentially has a sharp surface. We commonly think of a knife. Can be glass or something similar. So when that object makes contact with the skin, it cuts and divides that skin and cuts and divides soft tissue and everything underneath it. Blunt force injury involves the impact of an object that has a flat surface. You have a lot more options there. Once that object with the flat surface makes contact.
Oh yeah, he was out on parole when this happened. So violation of parole, definitely. And a bunch of other stuff. And so he will be they will throw everything else on him that they can actually prove if he's acquitted of this.
With the skin, it has more of a crushing sort of injury. It can cause abrasions or scrape off the surface of the skin. It can cause contusions or tearing of the blood vessels under the skin. It can cause lacerations, which is actually just tearing of tissue, which is in contrast to a cutting wound, which is a nice, neatly cut and divided area of tissue. And it can also cause fractures of bone.
So you mentioned a lot about tissue right there. What I'm wondering then is, can you detect either sharp force or blunt force trauma just in bone, like the mummified remains we just discussed?
Yes, so sharp force injuries, for example, with a knife, if that knife comes into contact with bone, there are defects or cutting wounds that can be appreciated. Same thing with blunt force, where you would get more of a fracture, so breaking of the bone. That's very difficult when it's a long postmortem interval and the body's been outside. So that's when I employ a forensic anthropologist like Dr. Garvin, and she has expertise in identifying those injuries.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but with the remains of Breasia Terrell, you didn't identify or detect any sharp force or blunt force trauma in that bone, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And then you did mention Heather Garvin, who was the forensic anthropologist. She didn't report to you that she found any sharp force or blunt force trauma, right?
That's correct. No acute trauma would account for the person's death.
Can you just describe to me what that means?
As she does mention in her report, there are some areas on healing, I believe on the skull, which may have represented a previous injury, but nothing in the general time of when Breasia died.
Okay, so we couldn't know any one way or the other.
In her expertise, they were old.
Okay. And then, so the manner of death, I think you indicated was homicide, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
And then it would have been defined or explained by 3 gunshot wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you indicate through your expertise and training the distance that those 3 bullets were fired from?
No.
Can you indicate how many assailants fired those bullets?
No.
And because that homicide was the determination or the manner of death, I think you alluded to this a little bit during direct examination with Ms. Cunningham, but you couldn't tell me how long Breasia Terrell was dead, right?
Correct.
And specifically, you couldn't tell me an exact date of when Breasia Terrell had died.
Correct.
And the reason is, I'm imagining, but correct if I'm wrong, animals could have gotten to the body, rain, sunlight, worms, insects, that sort of thing, correct?
Correct. It was a long time.
Sure. So it could be July 2020, it could be August 2020, it could be September 2020, all the way up until March of 2021 when she was found.
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked a little bit about the coloration of those shorts. In your experience, what could cause that discoloration?
Different sort of chemicals like bleach, but also with a garment that's exposed to the environment, sure, the sun, other environmental factors. I didn't do any sort of testing to say what caused the discoloration.
Okay, didn't test for bleach.
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware whether it was those shorts were tested for bleach?
No.
We now know nobody tested anything for bleach or even the possibility of bleach or the traces of bleach, which in my opinion is misconduct. It would have been so easy. Even if the test came back negative, well, you still searched for it. Now you didn't even search for it. That means the prosecution, not this witness. There are currently 88 people here. Please hit that like button. We are doing a verdict watch today. We don't know when the judge will make his ruling, so we will have a verdict watch stream today. And we are going through the last 3 days of testimony and evidence, just to see if we missed anything. And we will go forward. If there's no verdict today, we will move on tomorrow and do a new verdict watch. But then I will be covering the young thug Rico trial. There's been some updates in that. Okay, thank you all for being here. Let's continue.
And then, so in your training and expertise, you couldn't tell me one way or another whether it was bleach or the sunlight or the elements.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, just from my knowledge, how many bones are in the human body?
Oh my goodness. Off the top of my head, I actually Can't think of exactly how many.
206 or 207.
A lot,
That sound
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
What? You're a professor of anatomy, and you don't know on the top of your head how many bones there is in a human body? What we are... Now, I'm not sure, but I'm no professor of anatomy. But I do know that when you're born, you have a lot more, because as you grow, and then you finish growing, and then some of them fuse together. How do you not know, as a professor of anatomy? Oh, for fuck's sake! Sorry. Half an hour in. Jesus Christ. Let's just move on.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did you, as you were performing this autopsy, did you find any, is it a practice, if you will, is to keep a log of how many bones you found?
That's where I defer to Dr. Garvin,
Okay.
and she logs them, and she knows exactly how many bones are in the body.
Sure. And then obviously you would be relying off her report, right?
Correct.
Okay, but then your job is to receive this information and essentially just define what the manner of death was.
I define both cause and manner using the information she provides. It's similar to a toxicology report where I would have to use someone else's expertise, but ultimately the decision is mine.
Sure. So the cause was then 3 gunshot wounds and the manner was homicide.
Yeah, multiple gunshot wounds, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Cruz, in speaking to the issue of the discoloration in the fabric on the shorts, you had mentioned that can be caused by chemicals
Yes,
as well as environmental exposure. Is that correct?
correct.
All right. For fabric that's out in the sun for an extended period of time, would we expect to see some fading?
Yes,
All right. But relative to fabric that's been out in the sun for a significant period of time, wouldn't you expect there to be consistent fading across the entire surface of that fabric versus what we're seeing on these shorts?
I think you would expect to see consistent fading in all the exposed parts of that fabric.
And then
Not if she was covered with branches. I mean, seriously. No, exactly, Bess. She didn't test. Not even for I mean, bleach, even if soaked in anything or this, there's still traces to be found.
let's speak further to that. If a body has been disposed of in an area that is heavily wooded, as well as a significant amount of vegetation that's present, would you agree with me that there's going to be a limited ability for that fabric to be exposed to sun to create that sun fading?
Yeah, I think there might be
You're a
lower
bone doctor,
likelihood that it
not-
were exposed to the sun.
Okay.
Not a fabric expert.
Okay. I'm going to put up before you what was previously introduced as State's Exhibit 43.
Hey, they did present a summer photo. I'm eating candied peanuts, for anyone who wonders. Here's the thing. She is a professor of anatomy, not a professor of fabrics. I would have objected towards that questioning. She has no expertise whatsoever in fabric. But hey, if they don't object, they don't object.
And I'm going to direct you, if you can give me this pointer.
So I was wrong yesterday.
Arrow
I didn't think
down this
they would
access road
present.
And right about here. Just as you look at that aerial view, does there seem to be a significant treetop surface up above the ground there?
Yes.
All right. And so
Ida.
just looking at that from an aerial view,
I'm Swedish. I
does
can get
that
away with it.
appear to be a location that it would be difficult for sun to get through to fabric lying on the ground below there and cause that fading?
With it looking like that, yes.
All right. Relative to sharp force trauma, does human skin and the presence of tissue really give us an opportunity to discern whether or not there was sharp force trauma?
Yes, tissue would be desirable for interpreting that type of wound.
Okay. And even if there were organs, would that also make it easier
Yes,
to
the
determine whether or
judge
not there was
has
sharp
stepped
force
away from
trauma?
the bench. He did that
Yes.
yesterday.
Was there an absence
And
of
we
organs
are
with
waiting
these
for him
skeletal
to,
remains?
Correct,
back
there were no organs.
with a
And
verdict.
then other than the mummified tissue that we observed, was there a total absence of skin and human tissue?
Yes.
And then when we talk about blunt force trauma, can I say some type of blunt force trauma, if there's enough force used, it could actually break a human bone?
Yes.
Right? But the issue of force, is that really the determinant how much force was used before you might see a fracture to a human?
It's force, location, actual blow.
Thank you, Evan, for the question.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Joseph Adams.
And I don't know if the judge is actually deliberating 24/7. He's a judge. He might have other obligations, other trial stuff to do, other trials, hearings and stuff. So it might take some time. But yesterday he said he will get back as fast as he can with the verdict. I don't know if fast is 5 hours or 5 weeks. It depends on the
So
judge.
if you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Joseph Adams, Joseph Adams.
And what city do you live in?
I live outside of DeWitt, Iowa.
How long have you lived outside of DeWitt?
3 years.
And are you familiar with an individual named Jared Brink? How did you know Mr. Brink?
So this is a friend of the Brink guy, the guy who pulled a car out of a ditch.
Oh, through work at one time.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We were pretty good buddies.
Unfortunately, has Mr. Brink passed? When did that? Now, back on March 22nd or 23rd of 2020, at some point, was Mr. Brink over at your residence in that time period?
I don't know the date for sure yet.
Can you describe?
That's a very defensive stance on the on witness.
Why Mr. Brink was over at your house that day?
Okay. Something with my internet. I will switch from router to phone. Give me a second. All right, a bit of a glitch, and I'm back. Seems to be a bit of issue with my... I have mobile broadband, and it seems to have a bit of a glitch at the moment. Yeah, but you'll let me know if there are very many interruptions in this, and I'll see what I will restart all the systems, and then we will continue. All right, let's continue with the friend of the person who pulled out the car, a car from a ditch.
You know, kind of talking back and forth.
And at some point, did the topic turn to the discovery of a body near Kunal Implement?
Yes,
Hearsay?
Do you recall how that came up in conversation?
I think we were just saying we know, I heard that they found a body up by Kunal's, and that's how that started.
And prior to that day where Mr. Brink was over at your house and you were discussing this body, had you had an occasion where Mr. Brink had told you about pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Before that time?
Yes.
No.
Okay. While you were discussing the body that was found around Kunal Implement, did Mr. Brink bring up the topic of pulling somebody out of the ditch?
Yes.
And describe how that came up in the conversation.
Well, he said he was in that area. He was going to work early in the morning, and he pulled a guy out that was stuck. And I said, well, they're looking for a vehicle that was up in that area, or could have been up in that area.
And did he describe the vehicle that he had pulled out of the ditch at that time?
No, I said that they have a flyer on the phone that they've been kind of circulating. And I asked my wife to come out and show Brink the picture.
I have no
And
idea.
he goes, yeah,
I have
that's the car I
absolutely
pulled
no
out.
idea how this is not hearsay.
And so your wife showed him the flyer
Right. It was on a cell phone.
on her cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
And what was his reaction to seeing that flyer?
He said, yes, that's the car that he pulled out.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 105.
I mean, the entirety of this
exhibit
testimony is
contains
hearsay.
the photograph
I have no idea
that
why
wife
he's letting
held
it
on
in.
her phone and shown to Mr. Brink.
Yes.
Which of these photographs? Okay. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Adams, there's a pointer there right next to you. Could you again point to the vehicle that Mr. Brink identified?
Right here.
And you're pointing to the middle photograph that appears to show a maroon Chevy Impala.
That's correct.
Did he describe the individual that he saw with the vehicle that night?
He said it was a black male. And he didn't mention anybody else that was there. Just that fella.
So he just indicated it was a black male.
Right.
After this topic got brought up in conversation, did you encourage Mr. Brink to call law enforcement to report this information?
Yeah, I said that they're looking for people that have information or have seen this car to call I think it was the Davenport Police Department, or it could have been the Clinton County. I don't recall which.
And was that something you encouraged him to do?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he follow through with that?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, I know they have a recording of that
And at some point then were
Actual
you contacted as well
person's
by
deposition.
law enforcement?
So
to-
why this guy is on here, I have no
Yeah,
idea.
it was a while before they contacted me because we were up in Wisconsin. And
There's something in the water in
Davenport
Wisconsin.
Police Department, I think, called me. And I didn't know at the time it was them because I didn't recognize the number. So I never answered it. And then when I got back home, they called again and left a message on my phone. that
There's
time,
over
so then I
100
called
people
back.
here, and there's not 100.
and when you were
thumbs
able
up
to make
on my
contact
screen.
with them, did you relay the same information that
Please do
you
your
shared
job.
here today
Hit
with
that thumbs
us?
up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I did.
Right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
right? So essentially what you've testified to is that you and Mr. Brink were having beers one night, right?
Yeah, we could have been. I don't recall having.
Well, regardless, you were hanging out with him.
Yeah, we're together working on a
Ah.
project.
No, they can cross-examine, but if his statements has inconsistencies, they can point it out.
Do you remember when that was?
The date?
An estimation.
I couldn't say for sure. No,
You know if it was after March of 2021?
I can't recall.
Okay, and then was it you that showed him the picture of this flyer that we've discussed?
Actually, my wife showed me the picture a day or so earlier.
Okay, and then you showed him that picture.
Then I had my wife show him off her phone that flyer.
Okay, and then he looks at this Impala and says that that's the car.
Yeah.
Now, when he said that, did he tell you that it was a maroon Impala, or did he say that's the car?
No, I believe I told him it was a maroon Impala.
Okay,
He didn't tell me. He knew it was a Jeep.
So you told him Maroon Impala before he saw the picture.
Vehicle. He knew what make and model because he is a mechanic or a gearhead. And I think I showed him that flyer, and then he says, "Yeah, that's the car I pulled out right there."
okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell?
Just briefly, Your Honor. When Mr. Brink said that's the car I pulled out, he seemed pretty confident about that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did to me.
No further questions.
Mr. Waters?
I don't have anything further.
You may
Okay.
Okay.
If anybody's disturbed with me drinking and chewing on my candied peanuts, I will try to mute myself. Or not, I don't know. Nobody says anything. Okay, for me, this witness, everything is complete hearsay. I don't know how it was allowed in. But we are a bunch of people here. Thank you for choosing this stream.
Thank you, Your
For,
Honor. The state
verdict
calls
watch,
Mike
I will
Tate.
try to do my best to entertain you all with shenanigans, yelling at the prosecution, yelling at the defense. And for you who are here for the first time, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a junior rep. I do labor law. I'm trained in law. My focus is evidence evaluation, well, I'm trained in evidence evaluation. My focus in my line of work is negotiations and individual workers' rights. So, which I believe makes me more knowledgeable than the average person. But in American law, we will try to educate each other. And if you have questions, I will try to look it up about local Iowa rules. For instance, we learned yesterday that
Come forward.
this
Do you
judge
sort of tell the
is
truth,
not
the whole
elected,
truth, nothing but the truth?
is appointed.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
I did not know that. And yes, what you see here, that's my actual tractor. I have a farm. About 46 American acres. Big barn stuff. If you become a member, I have members only content which shows you around the farm. It's $3 a month. But for now, if you're here for the first time, just leave a thumbs up. Fine by me. If you think, oh, this guy is great, subscribe. If you think, wow, $3 a month, I can afford that, then you become a member. Thank you so much. Let's continue with Dr. Seuss.
Can you please state and spell your name for a record?
My name is Michael Tate, spelled Michaeltate.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a criminalist with the Iowa Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
In the, you said criminalistics laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you work with a certain department within the DCI crime laboratory?
I'm assigned to the Firearms and Toolmark section of the laboratory.
And how long have you worked in the
Toolmark guy? If you're completely new here, I am not a fan of Toolmark. I don't believe it's a science. It is, at best, an opinion. The reason is when they test, they have a known object tested towards another known object. The scientific method is to have the ability to falsify. That means you have to have blind tests as well. And I know that Toolmark guys only do known to known. And then they reach a conclusion that is, in my opinion, impossible to make scientifically. I might go into a bigger rant about it later, but let's listen to this guy. He might just change my mind.
Firearm and Toolmark section of the DCI crime lab?
Unofficially, I started working with them late 2007. Officially, I transferred in April of 2015.
How long in total have you worked for the DCI crime lab?
Next month will be finish up my 34 years.
And you've alluded to this, but have you worked in different departments throughout your almost 34 years there?
Yes, I have.
Where all have you worked within the DCI crime lab?
Well, I was originally hired in as a drug chemist. That lasted about a month, simply because I have a background in toxicology. And they had one gentleman, and only one gentleman, doing toxicology cases. So the lab director shifted me out of the drug chemistry section into toxicology. Fairly soon during that time, I took on learning to work with and work on the breath alcohol instruments, so I'm mechanically inclined. And I worked
Verdict
with both
isn't in.
sections for quite a few
So we are
years.
having a verdict
In
watch
2001,
while we wait for
I
it.
was moved out of toxicology
And
into
over
the
100
breath alcohol
people
section
disagrees with
because
you.
the gentleman there had passed away. And I was there until
So we are revisiting
2015 officially.
last
In
3 days of
2007,
trial.
a gentleman who
While
was
we
in
wait.
charge of the reference collection and the guns for destruction.
Who knows? We might find new stuff we haven't heard before. We might see it in a different light. So this is what we do while we wait for the verdict. I don't think it's a waste of time, but everybody has an opinion.
Program retired, and they needed help, and I didn't have a lot to do when I was at the laboratory, so I offered, and that's what I was doing in my spare time. I don't like to be idle.
So in 2007, then you unofficially started assisting the Firearms and Tool Marks Division. In what different ways were you assisting them?
Well, the primary way was to take in guns that had made it through the system, as in the case had been adjudicated, and by the code, as I understand it, the guns have to come through the laboratory first before they're destroyed to see if they can be used in the reference collection or used by other departments for their use, their law enforcement use, and then get, funneled out the road to be destroyed. That I looked after the reference collection to make sure that was kept up. I also was trained in the use of the NIBIN system, which is a ballistics identification system that basically takes a picture of the head stamp area of a fired cartridge case, and uses that picture and compares it against computerized photographs and sees if there's a lead, and that lead gets passed back to law enforcement.
You've mentioned the reference collection a couple of times. What is that?
That is a collection of firearms that have been, most of which have come from cases here in Iowa turned in by law enforcement over the years.
And if the
And what is
chat
the
backs up
purpose
for you,
of having a
just
reference
refresh
collection?
the stream and it will start
It
working
gives
again.
us an ability to, well, let me back up for a moment. There's a reason for it. They wanted it initially so you could find parts to make things work. The gentleman who left, that I took over for him back in 2007, had instructed his examiners that if you have a gun that comes in non-functioning, you can't just say it doesn't work. You need to find out why and see if you can make it work. Well, those guns that are in the collection are used for spare parts quite often. Otherwise, they can be used as reference material if somebody wants to, they think they have an idea what kind of gun this was, so it can be presented to them and say, did it look like this? Or it can be used to demonstrate in court.
And do you have any idea how many guns you have in the DCI reference collection?
Roughly 4,500.
Then it sounds like in April of 2015, you officially would have moved into the Firearms and Tool Marks section. How did your role change at that point?
Well, I stepped away from everything else and I began my training in firearms and tool mark examination. It comprised a year-long schooling with the ATF and followed by a year of 100% casework review by our lead examiner, after which, and I'm going through a number of proficiencies and such, they said I was good to go, and I was on a firearms examiner now.
And are you a certified firearms examiner?
No, ma'am, not by anything there's no certification here in this state.
That was my next question. Is there such a thing as a certified firearms examiner?
There's a certification process that's put on by an outfit known as the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, AFTE for short. I have chosen at this point in
Toolmark
time
guys
not to go through that
controlling
process,
other
only
Toolmark
because
guys.
I was told that you should have at least 5 years under your belt before you do it. And quite honestly, I have about a year left before I retire.
So you do have to engage in regular proficiency.
For you who are unaware, there is cases up against I believe SCOTUS, just because they have actual scientists or claim, well, not actual scientists, but there are cases and new case law that might make toolmark evidence on the level of lie detectors. It can indicate and exclude, but it can't include. There's no way to include it to the level of scientific certainty because they don't use the scientific method. So it is up. There are 2 cases, I believe, that are up. That is presented, at least, for SCOTUS. We don't know if they will accept the cases, but for now, yeah, let's just wait. We will have to wait and see.
Training.
Yes.
What does that entail?
An outside company provides us with a challenge, whether it's bullets or cartridge cases, or we also do tool marks. So it's something that was damaged by a tool of some sort, and we will go through and perform examinations and comparisons on those items and prepare a report. And then that report gets sent into the company that we purchased the product from.
Just to go back briefly, can you describe your educational background for us?
Yes, I have 2 bachelor's degrees. One is in the administration of justice from the Pennsylvania State University.
No, it seems like everybody else who covered this case just forked off and started something else. I would leave, at least for today, I want to wait for the verdict with coverage of the trial. Tomorrow, still going to wait for the verdict, but I will be covering the updates in the Young Thug case. But I will not let this go. Well, the second we know that the verdict is in, I'm going to cover it. I don't care if it is today, tomorrow, Monday, or a month from now. Once it's in, I'm going to cover it. I've done it with all my trials that I've been covering, and I will continue doing so. Because I think it's a bit disrespectful to the audience to just move on. Sorry. From keeping it real. Did they ever determine if the weapon was registered or where the bullets came from? Well, we have him on here, but I do believe that since the original purchase, those papers were flooded, and it wasn't submitted to the government, so they simply don't know who bought the gun. Only that it was bought legally, and then somewhere down the line, it was in the pond. The bullets, well, we have the toolmark guy here on the stand, so we will find out what he will say. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Jude Curious says, be checking back frequently. Lovely stream. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all for trusting me with keeping you entertained while we wait for the verdict. And you might see me yell at the prosecution, you might see me yell at the defense, and you might see me yell at the witnesses. Yeah.
The other is in forensic and toxicological chemistry from Westchester University, which also happens to be in Pennsylvania. Fairly soon after that, I joined the laboratory here in Iowa. Since that time, I've taken classes and attended seminars and such.
Melissa Simok says, it's really annoying when says they're going to cover a case gavel to gavel and then they bail. Yeah, and I don't, as I said, I don't care when the verdict is in. I don't care what I'm covering, because at some point I have to start updating on the other cases I am streaming about. But I will stream this verdict whenever it comes in. I did so with, I almost said Harrison Ford, but the Ford case. And that is like 4 months ago, and they still haven't gotten him to sentencing. They have made one attempt to sentencing him, but he's off his meds, so they can't even bring him to court. But once sentencing is in there, I will cover that too. And same with this, because this is not only the verdict we are waiting for. If he is convicted, there will be sentencing, and I will be covering that too. Ice Everett says, I can't believe the girlfriend didn't look around in his closet. That bothers me. Was he a dealer or something? He has a few priors regarding cooking and selling meth. So that might be a reason. Here's the thing. Neither the current girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, Breasia's mother, or DL, I don't think either of them told the entire truth. And when it comes to DL, I'm strongly convinced that he was probably asleep in the car the entire time. Woke up at Walmart, played with the phone. Because remember, he was up until midnight. And then all of a sudden, a few hours later, he's in car with dad. 8-year-old with that few hours of sleep on a highway, you mean dudum 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 dudum? It's lights out, in my opinion. But here we are. Thank you.
That have been put on by the FBI, ATF, the DEA, other instrument manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, and then most notably, I am a 2016 graduate from the National Firearms Examiner Academy that ATF puts on.
Now, turning to this particular case, were you provided items regarding the investigation into the death of Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Did you author any reports regarding any examination or findings that you may have made in this case?
Two
reports. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibits 55 and 54. Starting with State's Exhibit 55, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
I
State's
wouldn't be
Exhibit
surprised if
55
it's
is a
asked
copy
about
of
the
my
freaking machete.
report dated April 16th, 2021. It's our report number 2 as our sequence goes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 16th, 2021?
Yes,
In handing you State's Exhibit 54, do you recognize this exhibit?
yes, State's Exhibit 54 is a copy of the second report, report 4 as sequence goes, dated 4/30/2021.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the report you would have authored on April 30th, I believe you said?
I have to show you all this. I've been updating the Court TV website and Twitter feed and Law and Crime, just to be sure we know when I immediately when the verdict is in that we see it, that I see it and can transmit it. And here is what they say now on. The judge dismissed the court for the day. While he did not set a deadline for his decision, he is expected to take a couple of weeks to deliberate before delivering his sentence from the bench. Just so you know. But just in case, I'm going to cover this as an actual verdict watch, and we will see the last 3 days of trial. And then, as I said, I will, regardless of when the actual verdict is in, I will be streaming it. I don't care what I'm doing at the moment. I will stream it. I have to with a caveat. With one caveat. I still have work, so if it shows up when I'm in negotiations and with the case or with the client, I can't. But as soon as I can, with that caveat, when it shows up, I will stream it. All right.
Yes,
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits
Hey, Hannah,
54 and 55.
no worries. We are just
No
waiting
objection. Those
for
exhibits will-
verdict. If it comes in today or in 2 weeks, we don't know.
At this time, the state would ask in English.
You may.
Yes, he has the same obligations as a jury
Starting here
because
at
now
the
he
top
is a finder of
State's
fact.
Exhibit 55. Now, you indicated this was report number 2 in the lab sequence reports. What does that mean?
it's simply the number that came up when the report was generated.
So there's a number here at the top, this 2020168559. Is that the lab number that the DCI crime lab would have assigned to this particular case?
Yes,
And so any criminalist doing a report would have tagged in their reports under that same number.
yes,
And so, for example, there may be a DNA report that would have been tagged under this case number, and that would have been report number 1 or 3 or something along those lines.
yes,
So report number 2 just simply means you were this second report authored under this particular case number.
yes.
So moving on then to the section under firearms, tool marks, and examination report. Can you describe how many items we're talking about in reference to this report?
3
And what were those items?
3 recovered bullets.
So starting then with lab number 4, What is the description provided for that particular item?
This is a box containing projectile from hair.
And right above that, does your report indicate that that item would have come from the state medical examiner?
Yes, it does.
And then moving down to the next two items, lab numbers 17 and 18, what were those items referring to?
Those were 2 bullets that were recovered, and Jennifer Pullen from our laboratory would have submitted those.
Is your understanding then that the items number 17 and 18, would those items been collected from the actual scene where the remains were recovered?
Since it didn't come from the medical examiner, I'd have to say yes.
Versus the item number 4, which came from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you are handed these 3 items, which appear to be bullets, how do you first begin your examination of those types of items?
Well, I would have requested the items from the evidence room, gotten control of them, and taken them back.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes StreamYard, which is what I'm streaming with, and YouTube does not speak good towards each other. But as you see, that little extra white, that is how far ahead it actually buffered. So this is a glitch between StreamYard and YouTube. It's not my fault. I promise.
Back to my work area and gotten out the appropriate paperwork.
Oh. This is what I'm going to do. Whenever this happens, sometimes it helps with me changing web browser. So I'm going to change to Microsoft Edge because I'm at Google Chrome at the moment. So I will just switch over to that. Let me just prepare for it. See here, 548.29. Dun dun dun. And let me start up. StreamYard. And so, okay. I am changing web browser. So there will be a little glitch in this. Okay. See you in a few seconds. And I'm back. Okay, let's see here if Microsoft Edge is better. Sound, add to stream. Okay, I'm back and let's start a minute before. Cross our fingers, this will work. Otherwise, I have to entertain you by just talking about random stuff. And I could do that, but I would prefer if we watch something while I try to entertain you all. Okay, Monday is a national holiday in the US. Oh, it's Labor Day, isn't it? Yeah, it's Labor Day on Monday. Oh, I can have a Labor Day stream. I mean, I'm a union rep. That would be excellent. Just celebrating Labor Day. And what do you Americans do for Labor Day? What do you eat? You have, I mean, just write in the chat, or for the replay crew, write in the comment section, and I will try on Monday to have a Swedish form of Labor Day celebration. Barbecue. Everybody says barbecue. Okay. Family barbecue. Okay. That was really easy. Okay. I will. I'll see. I'll see if I can set up a stream of sorts in my gazebo, and then I can do a barbecue with y'all. Mr. Jingles, for you who are completely new here, is my farm cat, and he is always entertaining when there's food around. Barbecue, hot dogs, hamburgers, potato salad, beer. I can do that. I will see if I can set something up outdoors here, unless it's crap weather. Then, yeah, I'll see what I can do on Monday. That sounds like really, really good fun. But let's keep listening to that. Thank you, chat, for Baz says, I eat the poor. No. Wim works on Labor Day. Oh, but to keep the society going, there are some people that have to work on bank holidays and holidays. So thank you, Wim, for allowing the rest of us to have some downtime. Thank you. So everybody, thank Wim for working on Labor Day. And I hope you get a spare day or a free day for yourself. Yeah, okay. Let's continue listening to this guy.
So when you were handed these 3 items, which appear to be bullets, how do you first begin your examination of those types of items?
Well, I would have requested the items from the evidence room, gotten control of them, and taken them back to my work area and gotten out the appropriate paperwork. We have worksheets for all the different items that we happen to look, whether it's a bullet, a cartridge case, a gun, something that created a tool mark, that sort of thing. We've gotten out the worksheet and checked, make sure everything was sealed, broke the seals, and then went about making notes about what I found.
And what types of things are you looking for when you're examining bullets?
I'm looking for the makeup of the bullet, what sort of shape it's in. By makeup, does it happen to have a copper or a brass jacket? Does it have a steel core or a lead core? What sort of shape is it in? Has it been smashed into anything? Has it picked up debris that I can see? And then ultimately what I'm looking for is does it have any use for me in making comparisons to a test fire, say, if it was provided to me later on. And in this case,
yeah, I heard about that case, and I think that it is covered by, let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Recovery Addict is covering that. And that's the only one I can see at the moment, at least. Recovery Addict. Which trial will you cover next? I don't know. I'm still waiting for the Young Thug to start. And now, since it's the same district attorney who is doing a RICO trial against Trump and others, so it might take even longer. I'm also covering the Andrew Tate case in Romania. That trial should begin within a month. I would assume at least, but I thought it would begin at the end of August, and it didn't, so I can't say anything about that. Yeah, of course. Law and Crime is covering the handicap, the disability child murder. Yeah, of course. I forgot to talk about them. And where was I? And so if nothing happens with those two, and there's no update here, I will continue to do updates about the Young Thug trial, about the Daubert hearing, which is a complete cluster F. And the Andrew Tate will be interesting. Now, Romania does not allow recordings, so no video, no sound. So I have to rely on transcripts when they are in to relay the information out. So that will be a rough trial to, I think that what you will see in the news might not be the entire truth, because, well, we all know that news reports what the news wants to report. I prefer to read the actual transcripts. And but if anything interesting starts on Tuesday next week, then and if it's short enough. But also after this trial, I might need a bit of downtime, so I might take a couple of days off. But yeah, I will find something interesting for you. I will, I promise.
I made some measurements that would give me an idea of what I would did then. It's called general rifling characteristics, and there's a list on this next page that I believe I used the FBI's listing for, and provided that as part of my report.
So when you're referring to general rifling or class characteristics, what exactly does that mean?
Well, what it means is what I've done is gone and measured the bullet to see what the diameter was, measured its weight, and then when a bullet is fired,
something that is more or less destroyed,
rifled barrel, which most of the things we have these days are, with the exception of shotguns. The rifling actually will leave marks behind on the bullet jacket or the outside of the bullet. It can have enough detail to allow us to make an identification of a bullet back to a test fire from a particular gun. But in the least ways, it gives us ideas by the widths of the impressions on what we call the bearing surfaces. We can plug that into a database, which is that list on the second page, and get an idea of what the possible guns were that could have done it. It's not an all-inclusive list, but it gives us a start, and it's an investigative item for departments.
So essentially, you're trying to look at the different marks, the weight, the things that you can visibly see on these bullets to try to determine if you can determine what type of firearm this bullet would have been fired from.
Yes.
Now, are you able to make that determination by just looking at a bullet itself?
There is one particular type of firearm that's currently being made. That is the Generation 5 Glocks that do happen to make they have a land and groove impressions that I have not seen in any other firearm. And if I were to see that, I could tell you, we would narrow it down to that kind of firearm, a Glock Generation 5. But that's about the only one I can tell you about.
So
That's so definitively.
for all other bullets then that don't show the same class characteristics consistent with being fired from a Gen 5 Glock, what would you need in order to actually make a determination about what type of firearm those bullets came from?
The weight gives me an idea. The diameter also adds to that. And then the width of the land and groove impressions are the final components.
Here's the thing. For the past 20 years, when making guns, Glock, Smith & Wesson, whatever gun, the tools used in making, drilling the barrel, making everything, making all the parts, are so precise, almost down to the micrometer. Let's see what micrometer is in inches. Um, 1 inch is equal to 25,400 micrometers. So divide an inch in 25,000 parts, equal parts. That is how precise the making of a gun is, the barrel and stuff. And the tools are exchanged as soon as not somebody, but it's not, they don't even have to wait for a deformative for it to wear out. They change it by regularity, so it will always have the same barrel stuffy. I'm not American. This is my English talking here. So for any gun made in the past 20 years will be almost identical, to the point where you have to use it so many times for it to be distinguished to other guns that were made at the same time for the past 20 years, which in my opinion makes tool mark evidence obsolete. Yeah, what are you doing? Over 150 people watching and 157 likes. Hey, thank you for being here, but I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up as well. It means a lot for me and for the YouTube algorithm to pick me up and promote me to more people. And it's free for you to do. So if you wouldn't mind, at least get me to 100 likes. That's all I ask for. Thank you.
And the number of them, I'm sorry.
Would you need a known gun in order to make some of those comparisons as well?
Well, if you want to make an identification to it, yes.
Okay. So how does that then work when you have a potentially known firearm?
Well, I'm assuming you're meaning that somebody has presented me with a firearm as well to work with. In that case, once I go through checking it through, I can test fire it, collect the bullets and the cartridge cases that have come to me as part of the test firing, and use them to compare against the unknowns. Say, for instance, I was presented with a revolver. I could compare them against as I recall, 17 and 18 on this list. 4 had no useful information for me. I could have tried to use 17 or 18, but unfortunately, corrosion had done its dirty work and damaged it beyond my ability to make an identification.
Okay, so
So
not even
let's
two
talk about
mark
then the
eye
results from just your visual
even two mark eye
examination of these
can
particular
connect
bullets.
the two.
And again, referring to your report, what were you able to determine about just their general class characteristics?
From experience,
Class characteristics is diameter, weight. That's it. Can they say if it matches the empty shells that is left in the revolver? Probably not. Because, yeah. But let's keep listening to this guy.
it looked like those bullets had probably been fired from a 38 caliber, which includes 357 Magnum, 38 Smith & Wesson, 9mm. That's all under the 38 caliber. But from its bullet weight, it was fairly typical for a 38 special. The
Okay.
land and groove impressions, it was 6 right, if I recall. That's fairly common. That doesn't help at all, really, when it comes right down to it. But had there been individual detail that was visible in those impressions, then they would have been useful for going back and making a comparison and possibly an identification to an unknown or to a turned-in firearm.
So he can't connect the two.
Now, just in comparing the bullets to each other, did you make any observations about whether the markings were consistent with just each other?
Yes,
That's a word I really don't like because it sounds so good, consistent. But it only sounds good. It actually doesn't mean more than they look like each other. Consistent with, well, ice cream. Did you know you can correlate ice cream with drownings? You know how? Well, because you sell more ice cream in the summer. And you bathe more in the summer in the ocean. So it's consistent. But it only correlates. It's not a causation. Ice cream does not cause drownings. It's just because the amount of drownings are higher in the summer and you sell more ice cream in the summer. That is why correlates and
About whether
consistent
the markings were consistent with just each other?
really doesn't mean much.
yes, the 3 of them look like they probably came from the same firearm.
And what were your findings in regards to that?
Well, I didn't have anything to identify them definitely to each other. However, the weights and the land impressions, the widths and such, as I had mentioned, were very similar.
So they all contain roughly the same weight, the same, did you say land impressions?
Yes,
And the width of each of those bullets all appeared consistent with one another.
number 4 I couldn't get a measurement on it because the damage was so severe. But from appearances, that looks to be very similar to 17 and 18.
And as you included here in your report, then because of those consistencies within the same bullets, did they appear to all be fired from the same firearm?
That was my conclusion, yes.
So he barely could say they were fired
Referring then to
time
the
from
bottom
same gun.
paragraph
Barely.
of page 1 of your report on State's Exhibit 55. You indicated that these were fired copper-jacketed bullets. What significance is there to the fact that these are copper-jacketed bullets?
Just what the loading was for that particular.
Hey, Corn
Cartridge.
Pope is here.
Okay.
Hi, Corn Pope.
And all three of them contained that same.
I see that there are roughly 50 more here now than 30 minutes ago. So I will say something again that I said roughly 45 minutes ago. The verdict is not in. We don't know when the judge is ready to make his verdict. According to Court TV, it might take up to a couple of weeks. So we simply don't know. But just in case he made up his mind, I'm going to stream the last 3 days of this trial, and while we wait for it, and if it shows up, I will stream it. And if it doesn't happen today, I will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have my Young Thug RICO trial update and new hearings. But also we'll wait as soon as the verdict comes in. I don't care if it comes in today or in 2 weeks or in October. Once it's in, I'm going to stream it. With the caveat, I still work. If I have a client, if I am at a negotiation or other kind of actual work, then I can't. But as soon as I can, I will. So only with that caveat. So but thank you all for choosing this channel to wait for the verdict. I hope I can entertain you as best I can. And remember, hit that thumbs up, and if you enjoy me and my channel and my coverage, please subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything, and it means a lot to me. Thank you.
Type of copper-jacketed bullet.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you've indicated, they were all determined to be consistent in size, design, and weight with either a 38 Special, a 357 Magnum, or a 9mm Luger cartridge. Are those all different types of ammunition?
Yes.
That's so
That no.
Covers 9mm is the most common, followed by 38, I believe. I think there are people in the chat who can correct me if I'm wrong. But that would mean that these bullets could be shot from around 75 to 80% of all guns. Yeah, I know that Young Thug is still doing jury because once the Young Thug trial starts, it will take at least about 6 months. So yeah, that will be interesting. They are having a hard time finding jurors. And now the district attorney, who is charging Young Thug and his accomplices, alleged accomplices at this point, you remember, innocent unless proven guilty. She is now, it's the same DA who is charging former President Trump. And how in the earth, how in everything that's holy, does she think you can manage 2 RICO trials at once and have everything done by, what was it? With a speedy trial in October? With what is it? 130,000 documents, what it was. As soon as Trump and everybody is lawyering up, they will send in an immense amount of motions to dismiss, motions to throw it out, throw out papers, throw out everything. So no. Now, what I can say about District Attorney Fanny is that she knows RICO trials. She knows the local Georgia RICO Act is very broad and quite vague. And if anyone is capable of bringing this to trial, it's her. She actually knows what she's doing. Now, she does a lot of trickery and fuckery to make it happen, but she's good at what she does. So please don't underestimate her. Will I cover the Trump? No, I have enough on my plate. I'm guessing that there will be a lot of others who will cover that for you. Let's continue with this.
Items number 17 and 18, you indicated reflected 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist. What does that mean?
The rifling within the barrel would have, when a bullet is fired down a barrel, it's going to expand and seal itself, if you will, to the inside of the barrel. The pressures are going to push it down the length of the barrel. But as it seals itself against it, it's pushing against, in this case, 6 raised areas. And part of it's pushed into 6 grooves. The pressures that are going on that are pushing, both expanding the bullet and pushing it down the barrel, are forcing the bullet jacket, in this case copper, to take on the form that they've been forced into.
Now, I do believe you testified that based on the weight of these bullets, you thought they were probably most consistent with a 38 special type of ammunition. Is that fair?
That's my experience, yes.
Now, referring then to page 2 of your report, what is it that you've listed here?
What I have done here is taken all that information I mentioned earlier, the bullet weight, well, not so much the bullet weight, but the land impressions, the number of them, the widths of the land impressions and groove impressions, the number of them, and placed them into a database that, in this case, we have one, the FBI put.
Let's see. They may have been fired from one of the following manufacturers' firearms: American Weapons, Astra, Base Degree Shorter Arms, XM, Phi, High Hunter, Indomil Lama, Quality. Jesus Christ, that's all of them. I mean, that doesn't rule anything out. I mean, how... that he didn't rule anything out. Yeah, it could have been fired from more. If it was a 38 special on 9mm, it could have been fired from anything. Yeah, Bobby Bellona, long way of saying we can't actually match rifling to anything. Yeah. Oh, God. I need to clip this and send it to Ian, to Ranko. He's going to have a field day with this.
Together. I believe that's what this one's from. We also have one that AFTI puts together. And these are the
Oh,
names
God.
that the database spit out based on the information I gave to it.
So then turning to the next page in this exhibit here, what are all these that are listed?
Well, this one happens to be, I recognize this style. This happens to be an AFTI search. They set theirs up a little bit differently than the FBI. And what you have is the search results, the manufacturer, model, and the firearm type.
And so essentially are the remaining pages of exhibit 55, again, just all of the different types of either ammunition or firearms that were consistent with the general rifling characteristics that you observed on these, at least the two bullets, items 17 and 18.
Yes.
So turning then to page 54, I'm sorry, exhibit 54.
I'm eating
This would have been the report you authored on April
Candied
30th
peanuts.
that you've labeled report number 4. At some point then were you provided with a firearm to attempt to do some sort of comparisons with?
Yes.
Is that listed here as item 20 in your report?
Yes.
And the description here is a stainless steel revolver with a serial number of 184998. Do you recall, is that an accurate serial number for that gun?
The serial number.
Everybody, I have help with keeping you entertained. Hi, Mo. Mo? Mo? Oh,
Muted or are you muted?
you can't hear me?
Mine's being an ass.
Oh, I'm here eating candied peanuts, drinking Coke
One
Zero.
second, my connection's being a butt and a half.
We are almost at 2 hours, so you can say anything you want after that. We can hear you. I don't think she can hear us. Dun, 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 dun. Can you hear me now? This is going great. Chat, do you want me to go back a minute or so to have Mo look at the really, really conclusive results from this toolmark guy?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to consign these earbuds to the depths of Hades.
The prosecution is about to ask him about the result and show papers. And I want you to look at how much he could narrow down things.
Ah.
Is copper to take on the form that they've been forced into.
No, I do believe you testified that based on the weight of these bullets, you thought they were probably most consistent with a .38 special type of ammunition. Is that fair?
That's my experience, yes.
Now referring then to page 2 of your report, what is it that you've listed here?
these are the general rifling characteristics observed on the bullets item indicated that they may have been fired from one of the following manufacturers' firearms.
You know, can I be paid to give this level of awesomeness? I mean, for the love of all that is holy, can I feel like this is I need only to yeah. Okay.
I mean, mm,
All I hear is Runkle in the background getting increasingly louder and more irate in Canadian, which is very polite.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm going to clip this part of the testimony and send off to him, and just yeah. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip it. I'm going to send it to Rob and have him show it to Ian during his Freaking Friday stream, while we have an intoxicated Ian being shown this. That would be amazing.
oh my gosh. I don't know what curse words are in Elvish, but it's going to take several years, or Entish, but it's going to be a lot.
Good question, Alan. Do you guys think he's guilty? I need to rephrase that. Do I think he did it? Yes. Do I believe the prosecution proved it? No.
I mean, looking at what I've seen from what you've presented, the case for a good circumstantial case is there. What the prosecution presented is spaghetti on a wall with like
No.
Jackson Pollock. I have no idea.
It's not even boiled spaghetti on the wall to see if it sticks. They are throwing uncooked spaghetti. So, yeah. But here's the thing. This is presented to a judge. There is a strong possibility he can shimmer, or whatever you call it, through all the garbage and find what he needs to get a conviction out of this.
And I'm hoping that that's less appeal proof, or it's got less of a chance of an appeal than if it went through a jury and all of this ridiculousness went through
Yeah, but that's a very fine line he has to approach that with, because if he says that he ruled the entirety or most of DL's, which he should, the DL's testimony out, then all of a sudden you start to have appellate issues. The more he says the prosecution did wrong, because then you can go towards prosecution of misconduct. But yeah, I mean, appeals are for losers. Extremely few appeals go through. Extremely few. And
that's true.
And I know throughout the good 2 weeks or so I've been covering this case, or week and a half, or whatever it is, I have had people in the chat who has been screaming at me that I'm an idiot, that it's clear that he is guilty. But I'm trained at this, at evaluating evidence. I have to look it through those glasses. And I understand Law and C-word chat, and I understand the crime tubers. I understand them all. But I can't go that route of just assuming guilt. I just can't. I need the prosecution to prove all the elements.
Yeah, and that's where I fear that she relied so heavily on DL and all of this disparate randomness
Yeah,
that she really lost what was important, that he had the time, he had the ability, he was the only one there, all of these things that
yeah,
really kind of placed him, all those things,
mm,
and then she lost it.
yeah. Do anyone on the panel have a cat or a dog? I have a cat. He is outside right now, and for hopefully catching mice. Mo has both a puppy, a real puppy.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
so,
Let me see if I can get him
Hmm?
over here. He's being bad at the moment.
He's a puppy.
Well, yes. Monkey. Not Jenga blocks. He says, why not Jenga blocks?
Puppy.
Yes. He was up at 3 a.m. this morning, which is why I went to Walmart and I went there for two things: milk and extended leash. And what did I get? Not milk, not extended leash. I got meatballs and spaghetti sauce for reasons. Mr. Mo called me on the way home. He's like, so did you get the milk and the spaghetti sauce or in the leash? And I was like, well, I got pork rinds and meatballs and spaghetti sauce. And he's like, okay. He's like, did you get anything that was on the list? I said, well, now that's a whole other story.
Well,
because he woke up at 3 a.m. and chose violence.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with the pork rinds. I mean,
especially not salt and vinegar.
Oh, hello, puppy.
Yeah, he's not liking me. Someone in chat recommended just keeping a harness on all day so he'd get used to it, because he's not a fan.
Yeah, but dogs need to be trained, and sometimes you have to.
Well, it's either that or I have to be one of those people I make fun of with the dog strollers. which actually may happen just because sometimes it's easier for me with my leg, that having something to hold on to kind of helps with my stability. So I may still be one of those people with a dog stroller because little legs as our walks increase. But I will still allow shaming because it's still a dog stroller. But I will probably get a flaming red one, just.
Yeah. I'm having a poll up, and when people think the verdict will be in. Currently, later than next week, 6%. Next week, 14%. This week, 30%. Today, 50%.
Today.
Yeah.
But then I started to think about it after I voted, and I think later on this week, I think the judge is going to go through a lot of the evidence.
Yeah, and he still needs to write everything down that he has to say, not just to convict if that's his choice, but how to avoid all the appellate issues that might come with it. And Court TV believes it will take about 2 weeks.
That could be right. I mean, if he's going through and he's making sure to dot his T's and cross his I's, I mean, I hesitate to think, if it had been a bench trial, how long Judge What's-Her-Face would have taken in the Darrell Brooks case. Yeah,
because the difference with the jury trial, they don't have to motivate. They just need to say guilty, not guilty, or be hung jury. That's the extent of their job. When a judge, he is both the finder of law and finder of fact. and someone is cutting boards out there.
I understand. Mr. Mo's
Mm.
off this week, so he said, I have to turn off the power. I said, well, could we figure out which, room is going to, because our circuit board is state of the art 1971. So everything is labeled like with pencil from that time. So it's all scruffed out. So it's always a guessing game.
Yeah. And as Chris Mullen says, he does have other work as well to do. He
And
might have hearings, bond hearings, bail hearings, and whatnot, and stuff like that. So it's not like he does just this. He's a judge.
now, does he
has
give
other
them a
obligations.
timeline, or is it
Oh.
like a regular trial in that he'll give them like a 30-minute kind of?
No, they ended it, and he said he will return with the verdict as fast as he can.
Okay.
And that's it. And but let's continue listening. Now, for once, I do believe that this Turmark guy is not trying to say something just to get a conviction. He simply has nothing to go on because the bullets was so destroyed, and the gun they recovered from the pond been there for at least a year, or as the prosecution claims, it was tossed in the pond July, and then it was discovered late after Breasia was discovered. But let's continue listening to him.
The bullet weight, well, not so much the bullet weight, but the land impressions, the number of them, the widths of the land impressions and groove impressions, the number of them, and place them into a database that, in this case, we have one the FBI puts together. I believe that's what this one's from. We also have one that AFTI puts together. And these are the names that the database spit out based on the information I gave to it.
So then turning to the next page in this exhibit here, what are all these that are listed?
Yes, please, if you're here and
This one happens to
continue
be,
to watch
I recognize
here,
this
please
style.
hit that thumbs up.
This
Free
happens
for
to
you,
be
and it
an
means a lot to
AFTI
me.
search.
Thank you.
They set theirs up a little bit differently than the FBI. And what you have is the search results, the manufacturer, model, and the firearm type.
And so essentially are the remaining pages of exhibit 55, again, just all of the different types of either ammunition or firearms that were consistent with the general rifling characteristics that you observed on these, at least the two bullets, items 17 and 18.
Yes.
So turning then to page 54, I'm sorry, exhibit 54. This would have been the report you authored on April 30th.
I'm going to continue play here. I hope it won't buffer because I need to have a wheezy.
At some point then were you
Okay, no problem.
Mo
provided with
will
a
entertain you
firearm
all.
to attempt to do some
Sounds
sort of
good.
comparisons with?
Yes.
I am all
Is
the
that listed here
entertainings.
as item 20 in your report?
Yes.
And the description here is a stainless steel revolver with a serial number of 184998. Do you recall, is that an accurate serial number for that gun?
The serial number is accurate. The description is not.
Okay. And why is the description not accurate?
Well, what I noted, the gun came to me in a bucket. The bucket was full of water, which is how we asked that any submerged firearm is submitted to us. It prevents rust from taking over and destroying whatever we could have worked with.
I would have never known that. That's good
Once
to know.
I got it out of the water, cleaned up, I noted that the bluing, or which is effectively rusting of the metal, but it's done in a controlled environment and deliberate, was worn away down to what I know as it's a condition called the white. That is a unfinished surface of a barrel or of a piece of metal. I was told it was called being in the white before it actually has a painted or a bluing or whatnot applied to it. So stainless steel, I can understand why you could see it like that when you first pull it out, but to me it looked more like a barrel that had lost its bluing, a firearm that had lost its bluing.
The stainless steel description, is that perhaps because there appears to be some silver elements to the gun in color?
It does when you don't have the bluing, yes.
And so when the bluing kind of wears away or kind of fades away, then what's underneath there appears to have some silver color to it.
Yes, it gives that impression, yes.
Okay. Now you've already talked about then the appearance of this firearm when it first was presented to you. You mentioned that it was in a bucket. It's still in the water that it had been found in. How do you proceed with that firearm, especially one that had been in some sort of water, in order to examine it?
Well, I got it out of the water, rinsed it off as much as I could, tried to remove any debris that I could so I could see if it would function. And then, quite frankly, I covered it with WD-40 to coat the surfaces so I didn't have to worry about rusting right away. And then went about my normal collection of information, making notes of what the appearance of the gun, what I saw as far as manufacturer, serial number, that sort of thing. And then got it to a point where I could test fire it. And I test fired it, and that's the end of that.
So turning to the results portion of your report, you have listed here the Llama Model Comanche 2 .38 Special Revolver. When you're referring to this item as a Llama Model Comanche 2, what does that mean?
Llama is what I know it as a trade name. The manufacturer is something else. It's a long name, La Sierra or something or other. I really don't remember the whole thing. It's built in Argentina, but Llama is what I know it to be called as a trade name, and the model is the Comanche 2.
So just for example, if you're talking about a vehicle, we heard testimony in this case about a Chevy Impala. Chevy Impala would be the trade name of that vehicle, but the actual manufacturer would be General Motors. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So is that kind of similar to what you've done here, where you've listed the trade name, the Llama Model, even though it does come from a different manufacturer, the La Sierra or some, whatever you said?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it, as you indicated, it had that serial number of 184998.
Yes.
We've indicated.
Yeah, I'm seeing the chat, and I have to agree that one of the worst things with having pet is that we sooner or later has to say goodbye to it, and that's horrifying. And I have had pets or animals most of my life, and it never gets easier. And
Do you have two crazy straws?
Yeah, no, this is normal straws, blue and yellow for Sweden. But I might have crazy.
I love that my ADHD is like we're talking about something, and out of the side of my eye, do you have two crazy?
I have. I can exchange
Awesome.
to crazy straws instead. That might enter. This will make it so much easier to.
Mr. Mo is like, why do you have crazy straws on your wish list in Amazon? I'm like, because Nicholas has them. He's like, also, why do you have Legos? I was like, well, because
David and
he's like, do we?
Valhalla and the expert has
Yeah,
them.
yeah. He's like, do we need to have the need versus want talk again? And I was like, but tax write-off, the tax write-offs. He's like, enough.
Yeah, this is a good question from Marie Parrott. The other question is, if Dinkins did not take and murder this little girl, who else would be a suspect? And here's the thing I believe that the prosecution failed. They only focused, but they never excluded anybody else. So, in my opinion, what should have happened in this trial, in the prosecution, is focus on the circumstantial evidence that actually puts him on the places directly, not that freaking island, but where was he and at what time? The time,
Yes.
at the time difference when he goes one way to going back, there's a distinct time difference. I believe it's about 10 to 15 minutes. That, and it was never mentioned other than in passing. And then go to we watch cars go by at this point and this point. Nobody stopped. There was no time difference. Nothing. I mean, there's so much they could have done to exclude any other possibility, and they chose not to.
Well, and that's where if you make it so that he's the only person that could be there and no one else could have gotten in or out of that house, no one else, call the mom up, say, would you have been comfortable with going with anyone else? Is this a little girl that would have, been comfortable going around strangers, going out with someone in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this testimony from Andrea was never challenged, that she saw Breasia outside of his car. Here's the thing. What other cars were there? Did they have dash cam? Were they activated? I mean, there's so much you can at least look for, and then actually test for bleach residue, because there's no reasonable explanation for him to go to the next town over to buy bleach when he's supposed to look for Breasia. And then they disappeared. Nowhere to be found. So
Yeah.
there are great circumstantial evidence in this. But then they focused 3 days on that fucking machete. And I know during closing arguments, they claim his motivation of killing her was because he raped her. And at no place in this trial did they present evidence of that. And I mean, that, could you assume it? Maybe. But his past was not entered into this trial. It was deemed irrelevant by the judge. No prior acts allowed in this trial. So that statement, in the context of what was entered into this trial, I have to say this. We all know he's the worst of the worst. We all know this.
Yeah.
But it's not in trial. We can't take it into account within the boundaries of the trial. I had construction workers. We tore down a wall, and now we're building it up again at another place. Now, but we
Yeah.
found we were stripping. They were stripping down wallpaper and stuff, and found bad stuff. So we decided to, okay, let's just scram everything from downstairs and really gut it out. We had to. So yeah, that's a nice new cost I didn't expect.
Oh, don't you love construction?
Yeah. The good thing is, at times, a couple of decades ago, I helped a friend who was in demolition. That was fun. So I do know a bit about what to look for. And I just saying, if you are stressed, a jackhammer and a wall, that's a stress relief. Oh, that's a real stress relief. We are over
Yes.
200 people watching at this time. That's an amazing number for my little channel. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is awesome.
Yeah,
Yay.
this is awesome. And for you, that's 25% more than it was 15 minutes ago. Thank you so much for choosing to be here. There's no verdict in. We don't know if it will be in today, but we are doing this verdict watch just in case. And we are currently looking at the final 3 days of the trial while we wait. So the verdict might come in today, tomorrow, Friday, not Monday, because it's a bank holiday. It's Labor Day, I hear, on Monday.
Wait a minute. Mr. Moe is going to be off all this week and Monday. I was not warned about this prior to.
Mm.
I'm adding another t-shirt to my cart.
Mm. Yep. Yeah, and yeah, whenever the verdict is in, I will stream it. But today is just verdict watch, just in case he actually managed to pull an all-nighter and write everything out and shows up today. So that is what we're doing. Court TV believes it can take up to 2 weeks. And and as you know, Court TV is a really, really reliable source. So I'm expecting
Nicholas,
it at any time.
I do have a legal question. Is there a way to file a class action lawsuit against Court TV for stringing us along all day without telling us that the judge ruled that there was no live streaming of my trial yesterday, that they knew at the beginning of the day, but then decided to jerk us around until the end of the day and say, oh, by the way, there'll be no live streaming. We'll go ahead and, show these later at the end of the day. That would have been great to know, I don't know, at the beginning of the day.
That should have been
For emotional
reported
distress.
on, in my opinion, but I can't give legal advice because, first of all, I'm not American, and second, I can't give legal advice because that would make me liable for any bad advice I give.
Well, dang it. If you'd like to join my pro per
yeah, Mo is in constant
pro
pre-law.
awesome pre-law, pro per pre-law, pro counsel class action against Court TV until they give me my own show. Let me know.
This is a good. Let's just answer questions for a bit.
Sounds good.
Curious at your thoughts on girlfriend Andrea's testimony. The story doesn't add up to me. Why wouldn't she question why the child was out by the car at 3 a.m.? She defended Mr. Dinkins vigorously the first few days. And then all of a sudden she remembers the kid outside the car. I don't know what happened in between those days, but it wasn't challenged by the defense at all. I don't know why. And so we have to assume that of all the possibilities that she could have testified to, this was the best possible she testified. Yeah. So I would assume that she knows a lot more than she is talking. I believe most
she didn't
witnesses
strike me as reliable.
Yeah, I mean, there's there's so much strange crap going on in this trial, and we do know about Mr. Dinkins' priors, that he is on the registry. We also know that he has several convictions of cooking and distributing meth. And we also know because his ex-girlfriend, Breasia's mother, slipped up a bit by saying on the stand that after Breasia disappeared, she needed to clean up her act. Yeah. Which indicates to me that she might, not have been the perfect mother. We also know through the testimony from the professor of anatomy that Breasia had a dent in her forehead that had more or less a fracture that had healed. We also know that on her jaw she had some kind of outgrow of bone that indicates an illness. It was very jagged where it shouldn't be jagged. I'm just repeating what the bone doctor said. And she also had a hairline fracture on her jaw that also was healed. So unless she fell a lot, yeah. And I believe that his girlfriends, whoever they were, the amount of them, all knew about his drugs, but might not have known about his conviction at 17 of doing something against a person under the age of 13, which put him on the registry. And he was not allowed near kids. No, feds are not at my door. It's construction works. And there's absolutely nobody trying to get out of the cellar.
There's no one yelling, it puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's actually not at my house. For once, the noise, Mr. Fry wore himself out. But again, waking up at 3 will do that to you.
Definitely not. No, not anybody is in a cellar at my house. But yeah, so the fractures, and there wasn't testified to any other fractures of bones on her body, only that they could determine that there was no stabby marks on the remains. But because we also know that she had impaired vision and impaired hearing on the side of where the which was a sign of some kind of illness. I don't know what, when, because it hasn't been testified to. But I do know that if you don't treat fractures, you might get infections. So, yeah. And we also this about a trial. Many things we will never hear about in a trial. But I assume that the household was definitely not a good one.
Yeah, it seemed very chaotic. I mean, look, my family is chaos, but the fact that they were up at 1 and 3 o'clock going to Walmart, I mean.
Yeah, I agree with Teresa. Mom is not on trial, and we all know she couldn't have possibly done it. We are now just referencing the injuries on her skeletal remains. So it's pure speculation. But just looking at that and how the girl ended, it's so... Gareth
I'm
Purse
actually
House
covering
trial.
that one.
Yeah, Mo is covering that one.
Yeah, I just got off the stream to doing opening statements, and then this afternoon, I believe at 4, but let me double check that. I will be on with Sal and Excited Utterance,
Mm.
and they will be doing
Yeah.
day 1.
Yeah. So
Yep.
we can. I will actually.
Yes, at 4 p.m.
We'll,
Eastern time.
yeah. So I will.
It's
One,
okay.
let's see here. Can a mod or Mo do the link to that, and I will make sure that once I'm fed up with waiting, I will redirect you all to that. So you get some kind of a live trial today instead of us waiting for a verdict and where is it? Waiting for a verdict and rewatching parts of the trial.
Yeah, that's the hard part when you're on verdict watch, and then it's definitely hard to, especially when there's a kid involved.
Yeah. Yeah, we all have questions that wasn't addressed in the trial, and most of it is because through motions to the judge, it was ruled to be not included in this trial. So all we can do is speculate. There is no testimony about DL having some kind of special needs.
But
no.
But knowing children, my guess is that with a traumatic event like this, you are going to have a lot of regression. You could see a lot of acting out and that kind of thing, just because of kind of this event. And adults don't know how to process this, but if you're a kid and this happens, you definitely don't know how to process this. So it could be expressed in behavioral issues.
Do I think he did it? Yes. Did I prove it? No. Not in my opinion. As I said previously, I'm trained in evaluating evidence. It's a part of my education. And when I filter through all the irrelevant stuff, in my opinion, there should be enough circumstantial evidence there to reach that verdict. The problem is I'm having a hard time reaching it because it's modeled with so much crap. In my opinion, what should have been done, the moment DL started saying things that were contradictive and pointing fingers at people who definitely not had something to do with it, they should have, okay, let's put him over here, focus on this, let's build a case about this, and only bring the kid in on things that we know is confirmed via cell phone data and cameras. And then explain to the judge, we know this kid. This is a traumatized kid who wants to please. This is why we only can bring into evidence what we can also prove with other evidence. Instead, they try to make everything he said true and then ignore the things that we know simply could not have happened. That's how it should have been done, in my opinion. But it's not my trial. I can only sit here and comment on it. Yeah, I have made it so you will, if you have the, I don't know how you put on the ability to be redirected, but I have made it sure that once I end the stream, you will get redirected over there. Once I'm done waiting for today. What time is it in Iowa?
Why did I forget I was a mod? 'Cause I forget I forget that no one should ever make me a mod because I don't know what I'm doing.
It's 11:36 in Iowa.
I know
Okay.
this is a
Okay.
terrible,
I
terrible
will
idea.
pin.
But the link I posted is the link to Dali Talk or Salvador Dali's stream that he's going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And that will be technically yesterday's trial day one in the Gareth Purse House trial. But yes, I have all the Sailor Moon, everything, cross stitch.
Oh.
All the dolls, everything. Mr. Mo is not happy. I have a whole other cabinet that he's supposed to build me a
This
new.
is more or less.
Ooh.
Alita Battle Angel. That movie is one of few, if not the only, anime turned live action that is good for the past couple of decades. That's an amazing movie, and please make a sequel to Alita Battle Angel, please. Oh, please. What are other Teresa Collins? Was there forced entry into the home, and the family said she was afraid of the dog? It was nothing about forced entry, and we know family said she was afraid of the dark. And we had this discussion. We know everybody testified to that she had never sleepwalked. But we also saw someone in the chat say that when he or she, I don't know, never sleepwalked unless it was in a completely new place. So you can't rule it out, but it seems improbable. Your numbers are going up. Yeah, yay! Thank you. Valovor, my only thing is who else had the opportunity to do it? Exactly. Because this is another mistake I believe that the prosecution did. They focused so hard on, in my opinion, crap circumstantial evidence that they forgot to rule every other possibility out. What's going on? Is someone talking about lottery? I have no idea.
Oh, I was joking about I said I couldn't win the lottery because I would buy all the Sailor Moon things, and that's why I'm not allowed to win the lottery. But also, I can't play the lottery because I swear the moment I would buy a ticket, I'd feel bad because all the line would be behind me. Because I am always stuck behind that one person in the gas station that's wanting to buy and scratch off all of the tickets and annoy me. And I don't want to be that person.
Yeah, I mean, me, my brother, and dad, we more or less planned everything out, so we know that it will never happen. And if we ever win the lottery, we know any plan we have will be out the window anyway. But we calculated that you really don't want to win too much, because I mean, give me enough money and the only thing that would happen is that these would be exchanged to extremely expensive whiskeys instead. And no, I mean, I'm doing okay, and I wouldn't mind having a bit more, but being wealthy, I don't think that suits me. So we concluded that around, in dollar, 1.6, 1.7. That's the golden, because then you can live off the dividends, you can buy a few things, but if you win too much, then you buy all the stuff you dreamt of. And then what? You have to keep having goals in your life. For instance, once I saved up enough, I will get a Dodge Challenger 2016. And because it's an amazingly good looking car. And but if I won, I don't know, the state lottery for $150 million or the euro for 100 million euros, I could buy one of each color, and then what? Yeah. Like the stream of construction noise.
Well, that's one way to motivate people.
Oh. If construction works, there's nobody trying to escape.
And I know nothing. So really, I have all of the plausible deniability.
Mm.
Yeah, that's Kelly Connors. That's really the upsetting thing is every time I pop in to help Nicholas, you have the bare bones of a really good case, and then designing lady / Mary Kay seller from freaking Edward Scissorhands continues to talk about the machete. And
and I don't know where you come from, Kelly, or your educational background. You are perfectly entitled to have any opinion you want. And I would agree to the extent that I believe he's guilty. But I have to make the distinction: do I believe he's guilty, and have they proven it beyond a reasonable doubt? That's the distinction I have to do. Because I mean, I have a degree in this. I work with this. That's my mindset, and I can't really do anything about it. And that's why you sometimes hear me yell at the prosecution. But I don't yell at the prosecution because I want him to go free. I'm yelling at the prosecution because I want them to present better evidence and present the evidence they have in a better way. And apparently, if, God forbid, or whatever you might say, the judge decides to acquit him, he has charges pending. First of all, he's on the registry. He's not allowed around kids. First you have this he was with 2 kids. That's 2 separate charges. He took them in his car. That's another charge for each. He had them in the home. That's another charge. I mean, there are so many charges they can bring to him to make sure he will never spend a day outside of jail. In that alone.
Well, but wasn't he on the registry already, and he continued to hook up with women that had children? So the enforcement of that.
Yeah, and the enforcement on that consisted of that they put him away for a few months, and then he was out again. But the last time was late 2019, and he was sentenced to 5 years. He was out on probation after 5 months. And a month and a half later, Breasia happened. Had that fucking parole board or whoever decided said that, no, you're going to be here for a while now, repeat offender and everything, Breasia would still be alive. So whoever that is, and I'm not going to look it up, whoever that is, burn in hell, you motherfucker.
Yeah, this is where I don't understand it. I mean, again, we have. Listen, I am not in charge of any laws, but you have a certain segment of the population, especially with child crimes against children, who cannot be reformed. I'm sorry,
Mm.
Snake
Mm.
Island. You get
Mm.
one chance. You screw that chance up,
Mm.
no more.
Yeah.
You cannot be trusted. I'm sorry.
Mm. Mm.
And people, the offenders themselves have said it's a predilection you cannot control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop trying to make it a thing, people. Stop.
Mm. And when it comes to that portion of criminality, when it's about doing illicit stuff with kids, those people, according to science, every study I've ever heard of, and sadly, I know about this stuff because I have that education. I need to know this stuff. But even if I'm in labor law, these things show up even in those events. So I have to know about it. I hate that I know about it, but I have to know about it. And these people, unless they go through the chemically castration thingy, they will not be rehabilitated, according to the studies I've seen.
Yeah, that's kind of what I feel like. I feel like, I mean, at some point, make a community, cordon it off,
Mm.
same rights.
Mm.
You can live there. You just can't be
Mm.
around kids. I mean,
Yeah.
there is,
Mm.
it it
Yeah.
just can't happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And sometimes it shows up in my Twitter feed or X feed or whatever you call it, about somebody being convicted of having a copious amount of pictures. And then you look down 90 days. And I mean, seriously? 90 days? And probably time served on it? And it's the third time? Seriously? And that pisses me off when it comes to politics generally, no matter what country it is. They are all about, let's protect kids. Well, show it. Show it, motherfuckers. We are past
Well,
2.5 hours,
oh,
so
okay.
we can
Well,
say words.
all right, then you know what really pisses me off as a lady, as a woman, is the damn double standard between lady teachers fiddling with little boys and male teachers messing with girls. Because if I see one more, you know, blonde young teacher messing with a 12-year-old and she gets a slap on the wrist and gets to cry and say she was depressed or something, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Yeah, yeah. Why is it?
Because
Yeah.
if a male teacher did the same thing to a 12-year-old, we would, you know, tar and feather.
Mm.
So I'm about done with, you know, these women, you know, getting away with this stuff with, you know, light slaps on the wrist.
Mm.
And I don't know why it's
Oh,
so
you should.
prevalent.
You should. Thank you so much. Share my link on her Facebook group. Yeah, I might piss people off generally because yeah, I have a tendency to do that because I yell at the prosecution because I believe they could do a lot better, and I yell at the defense because I think sometimes he's full of it, and sometimes I just yell because I'm frustrated with the entire trial. Yeah, but thank you all for showing up. Give a like, and if you find it amusing or educational or entertaining enough. Yeah, I can't help pissing people off. I'm European. Yeah, my ancestors have quite a history of pissing people off. Yeah, I can trace my ancestry to right around the 12th centuries, and luckily Swedes went east. It's the Danes and the Norwegians you have to watch out for because they went to Northern Europe, and all of a sudden Northern Europe has Scandinavian DNA. Yeah. And fun fact, one of the reasons that Irish are famous for their red hair is mostly because of the Scandinavian DNA.
This is fake. It's from
Mm.
a bottle. I'm naturally much paler with blonde hair. Actually, well, I'm naturally this color, but with blonde hair. So I had to dye it red to have some sort of color.
Rose, I have Scandinavian DNA. Yeah. And I remember on Jeff's stream when we laughed, or I broke Jeff back in February, and I saw in the chat that someone who was clearly of Germanic ancestry and had Norwegian DNA, and that just broke me. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, so, but it's 1,000 years ago. I hope you don't hold it against me today. It is definitely not. It's definitely not someone trying to escape from the cellar. It's construction works. Yeah.
Walona from the PJs, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer. That's the sad part to these cases, is that I wish we got answers like the Letitia Stalk. I wish she would just own up, or was it Lori Vallow?
Yeah.
It just never happens.
Yeah. Here's this really sad part. We will probably, unless Henry, which I believe, unless he finds a conscience and tells, we will never know exactly what happened. And it's so frustrating. It's so damn frustrating. But that's trials. Nobody goes away from a trial satisfied, or extremely rarely, because even with a conviction, it won't heal. Breasia is still gone. And listening to the professor of bones and the medical examiner, it's heart-wrenching to know what she went through the last moments of her life. And yeah. Will I be back when verdict is? Yes. Unless I'm still working. I still do my job, and if the verdict is read when I have a negotiation, when I have meetings with clients and everything, I can't, but I will stream the verdict, because once I'm in a case, I follow it. I actually follow it gavel to gavel. And I know that I saw this earlier, that some people, more than a few people, are quite frustrated with following a trial. And then they see okay, he or she was convicted, but you still have sentencing after that. And nobody cares about showing sentencing, apparently. People move on to the next trial. I can't do that because I need to know. And if I need to know, you're gonna know. So no matter what, if Mr. Dinkins gets convicted, I'm going to stream that. And I also, unless the judge passes sentence at the same time, if he chooses to pass the sentence later, I will stream that too. Wilona from the PJs, you guys, great content, and thanks for responding. No worries. I hope I don't piss too many people off. And
we try.
Yeah, we try, but it's unavoidable in a trial coverage to not piss people off. And I know I've pissed people off because I have issues with so much testimony in this trial. And I can't do it, but that's my training. and that is why I cover these trials, to maybe give an alternative to crime tubers who goes with the flow. I can't go with flow. I'm not built for going with flow. If I see mistakes from the prosecution, I will point it out. If I believe the prosecution is fucking things up, I will point that out. If I believe that the defense is doing a jackass job, I will definitely point this up. If you don't believe me, go back and check the Ford trial with the defense attorney's 32-second opening statement. I had issues with that. I had issues with the defense for that trial. Jesus Christ, what a fucking moron that attorney was. Defense attorney was. That's the troll attorney who looked like he has been living under a bridge. Ooh, yeah, rant over.
No problem.
Yeah, but while we wait, what time is it in Eastern now? When does
It is
his
12:57, so it's almost 1:00.
okay, and he will start at 4 p.m. Okay, so I have a
Yes.
few hours to sorry. No,
Oh, no,
I
you're
doubt.
fine.
Yeah, I doubt that the verdict will be in today, but I will still be here until I'm fed up and send you all off to Sal for the next trial.
And I will be in and out as Mr. Puppy, while napping now, will need potty breaks and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, but let's go back to listening to Toolmark guy and his very exact testimony about gun and stuff. Yeah, but I have to give this to this Toolmark guy. He doesn't try to stretch his testimony to fit into a narrative. He just testifies. So I gave him that. Generally, I don't like Toolmark guys, but this one. But here is a year from retirement. So he might be at the stage that I don't have. Yeah. But let's listen to him for a while, and I will.
You had to remove any debris and dirt before test firing. And when you first would have opened this revolver, could you see if there were any either cartridges inside or bullets inside of that?
All I noted was cartridge cases, which is a fired component of a piece of ammunition.
And how many cartridge cases were inside of that revolver?
6.
Are you able to determine then the type of ammunition that had been in that firearm based on the cartridges that are left?
The head stamp provides me the information of the original manufacturing of that ammunition.
And what did the head stamp indicate in this case?
It was a Winchester 38 Special Plus P.
Yeah. Here's what I thought previously in the trial, that the slugs were 9mm and the gun was a 38 Special. Now he's testifying to that most probable the slugs were 38 Special. So
What wasn't one of the slugs slightly different? Or is that another case that I was thinking about?
The one was too damaged. So it's going by diameter and weight. And one was simply too damaged. But most probable was 38 Special. But I thought the entire, through other people's testimony, that it was 9mm slugs. So I'm quite baffled to hearing this. And but maybe the defense will bring that up in some shape or form.
Cartridge.
And so you were able to determine then that the ammunition had been fired from this firearm was 38 special plus P.
Yes.
What does the plus P mean?
Extra power.
So would you have then removed those cartridges in order to test fire?
The cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. So then once you test fire, what does it mean to test fire a gun, first of all?
Well, after having collected all the information, as I'm looking over the firearm, I will look to make sure that it's in a condition that I would consider it safe for me to handle and subsequently test fire. That is.
Yeah, what wasn't in the trial is Mr. Dinkins' priors, and he has a good bunch of them. Cooking meth, distributing meth, something, and at 17 he did something to a person under the age of 13, which made him go on the registry. So this entire time, since he was 17, he has never been allowed to be near kids. And he violated that a bunch of times. So he's been in and out of jail and prison more or less his entire adult life. But any prior was deemed to, the judge ruled it can't get into the trial.
If he's doing the bench, so here's a question. He's judging it as a bench trial, but he knows about, that would be difficult for me.
Yeah, that is one of the hardest things, I believe, for a judge when he has to do both. He's both the finder of law and the finder of fact. But
because if I know about all of his prior bad acts, but I'm not supposed to know about all of his prior bad acts, or at least not take them into account while doing this, yeah, that would be very hard to compartmentalize that in my brain.
Yeah, I understand why. I understand why, Kelly, that people wish that prior convictions were allowed in. And here's one of the reasons why. It's about just because someone has done the foundational principle is just because someone has done something before doesn't mean they are the actual culprit this time. And so it's a part of more prejudicial than probative. So that, and it's one of the foundation, because for instance, look at the Murdoch trial that happened a few months ago. We all know he's an asshole, major one. He stole from disabled. He's a really, really bad guy. But if you're charged with 100 crimes, each crime must be treated individually, because he might only be guilty on 99 of those crimes. And that is why we can't have priors in, because every crime is a new crime and has to be treated individually. The exception is MO, not Mo, modus operandi. That they can show that, for instance, in serial killer cases, they can show that these people are killed the exact same way. For instance, this Bondi Beach killer, there are so many similarities that they can show that it is from the one and the same person. Then you can bring it in. So that's the exception. Yeah, yes, please. We are 250 people here now and 116 likes. That's less than 50%. So if you wouldn't mind, just hit that thumbs up. It actually means a lot for me because it makes YouTube promote my channel a bit more. Thank you so much. But let's continue with this. Good question. Just hit me up with questions. I wouldn't mind answering it because it makes time fly.
from we have an ammunition collection as well.
And if I can't answer it now, I will try to find it out.
38 Winchester 38 Special Plus P cartridges from a box of that same ammunition, and use that when I do the test fire. We try to test fire like for like if we can.
Once you test fire the firearm, do you then make those same type of observations with the test fired bullets that you did with the previous bullets that had been provided to you?
Yes.
And once you do that, do you attempt to try to compare the test fired bullets to the other bullets that had been provided?
Yeah, and sometimes this stream decides to buffer, and that is some discrepancy between StreamYard, which is the program I use to stream, and YouTube. I have no issues with my internet, and you can see down here that it's actually buffered a few minutes ahead. It's not my fault.
What I would have done first is to look at the test fired bullets and look for anything that might have been useful in, number one, orienting them one to another, and then two, looking for points that would allow me to identify a test fire to the unknown. In this case, the damage to the unknowns was to the point that I would not have been able to make an identification.
I got a message on Twitter from a mate who watches this, and it says, if
So
you're not pissing
the
people
bullets
off,
from the
you're doing
test
something wrong.
fired rounds, were you able to observe sort of those general rifling class characteristics on those particular bullets?
Yes, I was.
But you weren't able to do that necessarily with items 17 and 18, those unknown bullets. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not. What it was fair to say would be I wasn't able to find individual detail on 17 and 18 that would have assisted me in determining whether or not they had been fired from the same gun that just produced those test fires.
And what type of factors affect the individual details on bullets?
Initially, it's the manufacturing, the tooling that goes into cutting the rifling, producing the back portion. We're talking about bullets, all right?
Correct.
Okay. What cuts the rifling, and then from there, it would be how is the firearm cared for? Has it been cleaned regularly, or has it been misused, or thrown in the river or thrown in water? That's going to start affecting the surfaces because they're going to rust.
Are there environmental factors that can affect the individual detailing on a bullet?
Yes.
Explain.
Nature in general. If a bullet comes in contact with chemicals or just passes through something or into dirt, commonly what I see is something that passes through wood or drywall. Those two surfaces, if you will, tend to damage the bearing surface where the land impressions and the groove impressions are, to the point that it makes it very difficult to identify a bullet back to a firearm. Another chemical portion is if the bullets happen to have passed or been caught up in human or animal tissue, the chemistry of the body acts on the surface of the bullet and can erode or corrode the surfaces to the point that it makes identification difficult, if not impossible.
And in this particular case, again, when you're talking about the individual details on items 17 and 18, had you been provided any information that those bullets had been outside for a period of time?
Being outside would definitely cause corrosion.
Just going to answer a question here. From Joy Loy, I read somewhere that the prosecution wanted to bring Dinkins' browsing history into play, but it was disallowed. Any idea why? There might be a few different reasons that whatever was on the browsing history was not close enough in time. It could have been also too prejudicial against probative. Whatever was on that might have been regarded as the age or the development of what was on there didn't fit. So it might a whole lot of different reasons why it wasn't allowed in. Yeah, from Joanne. So court wants the jury to make decisions in a few hours, but judge can take the time he wants. Actually, no, there's no time limit on juries to reach. So it's completely up to the jury. The court does rarely put boundaries on a jury. Good catch, Eris. Maybe because he wasn't being charged with assay. Yes. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen the motion or the documents regarding it. If they will show up sometime after this, I might have a read through of motions elimini.
And again, if these particular bullets had also been at one point inside a human body, would that have also led to additional corrosion?
Yes.
That could have affected your ability to see those individual details.
Yes.
I will mark
now, while you weren't
questions
able to
for
make an
later.
exact identification in this
I want to
particular
hear
case,
the rest of this.
Your report
well.
does indicate that the test fire bullets still had similarities with items 17 and 18. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what were those similarities?
The general bullet weight, the 17 and 18 were lighter than the ones I test fired, but that's a natural point of things of something passing through and it impacting something. You'll lose some of the weight. The land impressions, the measurements are made, and the land and groove impressions are all similar to each other. But again, this is not the only firearm it could have been, given that, and that's why I provide you the list on report 2.
So while you can't make an exact identification, you also can't rule out this firearm. Again, based on the similarities you saw with the test fired bullets and the similarities on the items 17 and 18.
That's correct.
In fact, were the land and groove impressions, in your opinion, very similar to the unknown
Objection
bullets?
as to the term very similar is vague and ambiguous.
If you can answer the question.
One moment.
Sustained, please rephrase.
What similarities did you note? You mentioned the weight already. Did you note additional similarities between the test-fired bullets and items 17 and 18?
In particular, the width of the land impressions and the groove impressions are very similar.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm eating
I want to go back quickly then to
candied peanuts and
the first report, item number 55.
yeah.
The
I didn't realize it. You could hear it. Sorry.
page number 3, that first page of the AFTI results that lists out the different types of manufacturers. Do you see a 38 special Lasser SA Comanche 2 listed as a potential firearm for the type of general rifling characteristics for that you noted on item 17 and 18?
Yes, it's there.
Now, included in this report is several pages of potential firearms regarding 9mm Lugers. Is that also
Let's
fair to
take
say?
an opportunity to
Yes,
thank my
it's
moderators.
part
They're
of
doing an
our
amazing
practice,
job
my
in the
practice,
chat.
to,
Thank you,
if it's a
moderators.
38 caliber, I'm going
Thank
to
you
try
so
and
much.
cover everything when I don't have a, at the time when I created this, I did not have a cartridge case to go with it. Otherwise, I could have narrowed it down very quickly and say, if I had just a 38 special cartridge case, I would not have included 9mm in the database search.
And why not?
The likelihood, if it would have told me that you've got a 9mm cartridge case, it may have come from that 9mm. Now, if I still have any question of it because of the bullet weight.
Yeah, the
Because
buffering I
again,
can't do
my
much about.
experience, 38 specials, a lot of them are roughly 130 grain weights, 130 grains.
In my opinion, this is so vague, but I appreciate the Turmark guy to go beyond what he actually can say. Let's see here. K50YT. So if he didn't do it, how did she leave? This is one of the things that it really, really infuriates me with this prosecution and the investigation as a whole. They knew that Dinkins picked them up in his other car. Not at any point had Breasia been in the Impala. Not at any point. They still have the Impala in their possession. And not to this day have they looked for her DNA. And it's really, really easy to look for DNA. The crime scene lab has a kind of a vacuum. They can vacuum the entirety of that car and test it for her DNA. If they find DNA in that car, because the defense has throughout the trial said she's only been outside of the car. Had they tested it and found the DNA, boom, she's in the car. But they chose not to, and in my opinion, because they were afraid of the result. You should never be afraid of the result of a test. Never. And that's if I'm so pissed off at the prosecution and the investigators to not do this. Good question. I agree. If he didn't do it, how did she leave? I agree. There's good circumstantial evidence in this trial, but there should be more if they have chosen to actually test stuff. And the next one, Yeah, this is one of the things with the Andrea's testimony about seeing her outside at 3:30, because the first couple of days she defended Mr. Dinkins vigorously, and then all of a sudden this comes out, and it's not challenged by the defense, which means her credibility is in no point questioned. Do I still have questions? Yes. But if nobody in this trial is questioning her credibility, I still have questions, but I can't question her credibility. Planted DNA, there's no. That's no, I can't go to conspiracy theories that if they had planted, they would have found it and tested it. So, yeah, I don't think this specific trial has any conspiracies around it.
I leave for a walk and I come back to point to DNA. This is finally starting to get Dale Gribble in here.
No, there was questions
Oh.
about DNA, and this is one of the most infuriating things about this trial is the case, the people responsible for this case, before prosecution was involved, is the active choice to not test. It is so infuriating. But also, I don't blame Mr. Pfeiffer for it. He testified to it was not his call. The call came from upstairs. So it's not. I believe if he was actively responsible for this case, for the entirety of the investigation, he would have made that call. Test it. I believe so. But the order came from upstairs, and whoever is upstairs in that division, fuck you.
Yeah, I don't understand, because we had both the FBI and the state police, and I couldn't quite understand why neither of them did some of the testing. I understand budgets and I understand not having to test everything, ad nauseum. I do understand there being limits, both with feasibly and that kind of thing. But not testing a lot of things, it was.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It seemed like they were asleep at the wheel, to be very honest with you. I don't know if the prosecutor, it almost seemed like, so the investigators had their own idea and they had the circumstantial evidence. The prosecutor had her idea of what the case was going to be, and no one got together.
Yeah.
At least from what I saw of the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree with that it seems like the investigators and the prosecution have different theories. Pfeiffer, or however he pronounces it, because he at one point said that he didn't put any value to DL's testimony during a cross-examination, and I believe him. And also, and I said this earlier, what they should have focused on, the second DL said stuff that was contradictory or simply not true. Okay, look at what we have now, use it, find more, test that too, test that for that. Don't ask. Get a court order for the FBI lab to test, because Dinkins' hands was swabbed and on the fingernails. Test it for GSR. Don't settle for we don't wanna. Get a court order.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I could not understand for the life of me why they didn't test for gunshot residue. I didn't understand why they didn't test for gunshot residue in the Austin Ford case
Mm.
for the
Mm.
for Tory. None of
Mm.
sort of the prosecutors and the investigators and the sort of the choice as to whether or not to test things. Maybe having a stream where you and David as lawyers, because to lay tubers, to me, maybe going through, maybe having, someone who's pre or post police person, maybe going through and explaining how that gets figured out, because it doesn't make sense to me how that happens at all.
I think that Steve Gosney has a stream for a month ago.
Did he write a book about it?
Yeah, he wrote a book about it.
He has an article.
About a month and a half ago, I think he had a couple of streams with a DNA expert, with someone with different kind of experts. So he might have brought up that, or he will.
That might be one I want to look at, because I do have a question as to when we pick up, or when they decide to test something.
And as you said, they had video of Austin Ford firing a gun, and they still tested his hands for GSR. I mean, and I see it again. For me, with my training, with my degree and everything, I have to differentiate believing he's guilty and proving he's guilty. Those are two different things for me. Yeah.
Well, and that's the hard part is, and I think that's the hard part when you're like, say, like me, who I'm pre-law, so you have like the crime tubers that definitely, will jump in, kind of go on the bandwagon, and some of them don't even watch the trials, I don't think. Or they do, but I don't know that they pay attention.
Yeah.
Some of them, I'm not sure. Some of them go in with a very interesting lens or a very decided filter already. Which is fine if that's what you're going to do. And I go in just trying to see how people are going to argue different things. And if you guys are wanting to, definitely go look at the Purse House case, because the defense's argument is, well, if you take the Daryl Brooks and Sarah Boone defense and marry them together in an unholy marriage of absolute insanity, then it is what can only be described as absolute ridiculousness. But it's a bold strategy, and it's not going to work for them.
Yeah, and I see it. People says he's guilty. Period. That's not the question. That's the judge. Is the evidence enough to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? How we feel about it doesn't matter.
Okay,
trial.
A good case for this would be the Michael Turney case. I remember the huge amount of absolute horse crap we got at the beginning of the case, saying, because you and I went into it not really having watched the whole podcast or whatever you, with, the sister going in and saying, we're going to prove this, this, and this. And so we were going in and, we were really like, look, the guy looks all the creepy, and we want him to be guilty because he looks all the creepy. He, was convicted of maybe or maybe not having improvised explosive devices, we wanted him to be all the guilty.
Yeah.
But as the prosecution kept laying things out,
here's the thing, Lala, stay woke. Prove it. just him buying bleach does not prove it. It indicates, but doesn't prove it. For me, with an actual degree, I don't have the luxury of going to that conclusion. If I could go back 30 something years in time and made a different path in my life, maybe. But here I am with an actual degree. I don't have the luxury of saying this. I simply don't. And now, your Lala, please, I understand you. I
Yeah,
understand
no,
you.
we're not
Here's
arguing
the
with you.
thing. No. Here's the thing. The girlfriend said DL was asleep. DL says he wasn't asleep. So they contradict each other. Here, and it's in the trial. You can go back and rewatch it. And that is where my mind is. I see those details, these contradictory details with DL's story. He pointed at his finger at Andrea, which evidentiary had nothing to do with it. He claimed he saw his father did it. His father didn't pick him up until later that morning. The prosecution claims she was already dead. I can't reach that conclusion. I don't have the luxury to just say bleach was used. I
It
can't.
will be interesting to see what the judge sifts through and see how his
Yeah.
mind works, to see
Yeah.
with all the
Mm.
what we have found as, extraneous stuff that what we in our minds have kind of labeled as extraneous stuff that the prosecution has brought to bear
Mm.
versus, it might be that the judge finds this to be, stuff that he finds interesting or relevant. It'll be interesting to see what the judge, in his
Yeah.
findings writes down as things,
Yeah.
because that'll be interesting to me, because I want to see how his mind works in and marrying all the things together, all the disparate things, because that's what I like to. That's why I wish more jurors would come forward after the end and kind of say, okay, well, this is what we took as a collective, or, and this is what we found to be the smoking gun, or what we found.
Lala, they tested everything in that bedroom. There's no, again, you have the luxury of making stuff up now. I don't. Not because now you're just making up stuff. And you're entitled to do that. But what you're saying now simply is not, it's not even in the trial. The prosecution doesn't even say it. So, and when it comes to guilt, at this time, it's only one person who determines it. It is the judge. He's the finder of fact. And we will all be disappointed no matter the verdict, because nothing will bring Breasia back. Nothing. And we have to handle that in any shape or form we can. Lala, if you make one more stuff up, I'm going to cheat you the fuck out of here. One more thing you make up, and now you're lying about what I said. One more thing, and you're cheated the fuck out. Make up stuff if you want, but don't make up what I say. Don't lie about what I said. Get it? And as my mate said, I've said it before, I will always piss people off. It's in my nature, but don't lie about what I say. Don't. I said, according to the prosecution, Breasia was dead before he picked DL up. That's what I said. The prosecution said she was dead before 3 a.m.
You may have answered this before, and I may have just misremembered. Is this going to be like a typical trial where he'll give a 30-minute kind of thing, or will he give us kind of a day, like I'm coming to my conclusion, or because that was, I could not remember.
Okay, so Lala is just a troll. Just here to troll. And gone. Troll me and you will definitely be yeeted without warning.
Well, at least she's not asking to see your boobs or fornicate with you.
Yeah. But this, we can use Lala blah 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 as an example on how easy it is to lie when you think you can get away with it. Ta-da! Yeah, we Scandinavians, we have actual real trolls here.
True. And if they would only share their laundry powder, I would be okay.
Yeah. See? Swedish folk and fairy tales. Here they are. We have actual real trolls. Yeah. See? I don't like the term trolls, but I don't know it is from trolling, which is fishing for and stuff like that. But yeah. Did I ever ask Dinkins for a lie detector test? I have no idea. If they had, it wouldn't be allowed in, and I would assume that he'd said they said no.
Okay. Was this covered earlier in the trial? But when he was arrested, did he immediately ask for a lawyer, or did he allow interrogation?
They have that one interview with him.
Okay.
And then he realized he was a suspect and he clammed up.
That's kind of what I thought I heard, but I've been bouncing between this and a couple other things, so.
Yeah, we actually have a city in Sweden called Trollhättan. So, yeah. Let's hold on. I will just do this. Sorry, present. Anyone who wonders what is on my screen, which I use to hide the Law and Seaward logo with, it is this. This is my actual tractor. It's right out here. One of the biggest reason I bought it is the license plate. So I don't care what fancy car you have, what you drive around in, how expensive it is. You don't have a tractor that says fuck. All right. Oh, thank you, Fondien. Thank you so much for your $2 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. Yeah, but we are here for waiting for. I don't think the judge will be back today, but just in case. But let's listen a bit more to gun guy, toolmark guy. There he is.
That's the bullet weight. I don't see that a lot in 9mm. However, there is a 124, in which case I probably would have included it anyway. The 9mm.
Okay. And then specifically from this list here, and realizing that this was created before you knew what the cartridge cases were, does this list include a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No, it doesn't.
And so, again, could those bullets have been fired from a 9mm SCCY pistol?
No.
And once you finished your examination of the revolver, what do you do with
Yeah, I
it?
cannot give legal or tractor
Pack everything
advice.
up, put it back in the box and seal it and return it to the Evans room.
And when you return it, in this case, back to the container it was in, do you include any ammunition or cartridges or anything like that inside of it?
The unknowns, if in this case, because the unknowns were already in the gun, I would have included it.
I don't have
I
a
would have
Cash App.
included the
I
test
have a
fires as well.
PayPal, and Ghost 3 Anonymous
But
just
the gun
posted
itself
the
is
link.
not actually loaded.
No,
Okay.
I didn't leave it loaded.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, if you don't want to give YouTube 30% of
I'm
what you
showing
give
you a
here,
bead
you
mark
can
here.
always choose to do it via PayPal, and then they will take somewhere between 2 and 6%, I think,
Does
in
this appear,
as charge.
or do you recognize this item?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
A bucket
This
full of
is
weapons.
the bucket that the revolver came into the laboratory.
And is this what you returned the firearm to when you were done with your testing?
Yes,
And how do you know that this is the same bucket and the same firearm that you would have examined?
while I'm looking around and I'm seeing my handwriting on some of the seals. And I would have put the seals, I would not have put a seal on this until I actually opened it.
Yeah,
I would have opened.
YouTube takes their cut. It's a rent because I'm still using their platform, so it's a rent thing. And then they put ads on my stream, not on my streams, but for the replay crews, and I get a small percentage of that. I think I have no idea how that works. Sometimes I put in ads of my own for but we are talking about maybe 50 cents per 1,000 views, so it doesn't really give or take anything. It doesn't really break the bank.
Done my work, put the lid back on and put the seal on.
And so based then on your recognition of the bucket and the fact that you have signed on some of the seals.
Yeah, and why did I cover up part of the license plate? In Sweden, license plates are connected to the ownership, and there are some scammers out there that sometimes try to change ownership without an actual purchase. It's a big problem in Sweden, and for some reason, if you're clever enough, you can find out ownership via a license plate, because Swedish is a huge bureaucracy. They keep tabs of everything, and one of these things they keep tabs of is who owns what, as you should, but also they have it listed so people can find out. Yay. Daily quick bites, if you're only getting 0.50 for oh, I have 2470 subs. I got a bunch of new subs today. Thank you. When
oh,
subs go up,
yay.
your money per 1,000 should go up a lot. Okay, I had no idea. Everybody subscribe. Everyone subscribe.
Yes, everyone subscribed. Awesome job. Woohoo. And if you'd like to go straight, I think you are really good at reminding people how to be eligible for gift subscriptions. If you don't feel like
Mm.
giving money with super chats or going through
Yeah.
PayPal, another nice thing is to give subscriptions. That's a good way to support.
Give memberships. Yeah.
I'm sorry, gift memberships, not
Yeah.
subscriptions.
Or receive memberships or whatever it's called.
Up
Becoming a
since
member.
3 a.m.
Yeah. Becoming a
Sorry.
member here is $3 a month. With that, you get members-only content on my channel, which often revolves around my farm. And you also get a link to the Discord. And we can continue the discussion after streams. And yeah, so I think that's a bargain for $3 a month. But it's all up to you, folks. All up to you. But please consider it. Because the memberships is what keeps this channel afloat. Yeah, and super chats make and PayPal stuff. That's when I can buy stuff to get better stuff. Like currently, I'm still using a webcam that is about $30, and it's also my microphone. So I might because this had a microphone, but it fucked up. So I had to go back to the webcam microphone. Oh, thank you so much, White Rabbit, gifting one membership.
Awesome.
And Jay Liebgott received it. And you
Woohoo.
can now watch members-only content. Yay! Thank you so much, White Rabbit. Let's keep... What's in the bucket? We know what's in the bucket. It's a gun. I've been
I
up
love
for
that
way too
movie.
long, but yeah, I've been up for way too long today because all of a sudden I started to get memories about that song from Saturday Night Live, Box, and the gift of a penis in a box.
Oh, you know,
And that is so wrong in this context. I apologize deeply.
well, that's okay because as I was discussing, so it's fairly off topic. So if this is going to upset you all, well, I've been up since 3. Off topic, but in the Purse House case, the defense was basically the Sarah Boone, Daryl Brooks case. So he went over to talk to her because she would refuse to take his phone calls because he was stalking her, and she said she didn't want to talk to him. So he burgled her house because she blocked him and he was depressed, with a full syringe of 100% nicotine to potentially unalive her or unalive himself. And after vigorous possible strangulation, her falling from the balcony was possibly her fault because she was trying to get away from him. So really, all you should, possibly charge him with is burgling his house or her house, because really she tried to get away from him. I shit you not, Nicholas. I was like, are you kidding? Like,
Yeah.
I was like, what in the Sarah Boone, Daryl Brooks books of law to be like, had she not like, he was depressed and she wouldn't return his phone calls. How dare she?
Speaking of nicotine, if anybody wonders what I'm putting on my lip, nicotine pouches, because I'm a moron and I have a need for nicotine. And but at least with these, I don't blow smoke in somebody's face and damage my lungs.
There you go. So
and
yeah.
It's licorice flavor.
Yeah, and Bobby Baloney is right. They did use like O.J. Simpson style you know, crash dummy overlays of her hanging on the side of the balcony, you know, and they're going to bring an expert witness in to show
Mm.
that, you know, with physics and math combined, she could have just dropped herself. Really, it was
Yeah.
her fault. She was trying to escape him.
Mm.
It-
And I'm up to 2,490 subs. That's amazing. Thank you. I have 10 left to 2,500. I reached 2,400 like 2 days ago.
Woo!
So I'm 100 subscribers in 2 days, almost. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, and
I
Bobby's
really,
right.
really appreciate it.
I forgot they
Who-
showed one picture of her posing in a fairly scanty outfit on her balcony to show that she was very comfortable and athletic. So, really, I mean, she was flexible. She should have been able to like pole vault over the balcony and land parkour style on the ground herself. Just,
Mm.
I ju-
Um, have I missed anything? Have we talked about race today? I,
we didn't bring any of that into it that I'm aware of,
No.
but
I,
we've talked about the family situation possibly being chaotic and that the
Yeah.
mother said that she would have to possibly clean up her act. But if you've
That-
chosen to see it through that lens, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And for you who don't know, I'm Swedish. I'm possibly the absolute whitest guy on the face of the earth. And I grew up many, many decades ago in a part of Sweden that is very rural, in that you had to check your date. Who's your grandmother? Just in case. And with that, in Sweden, at that time, I was in my late teens before I saw my first person of color in real life. That's what I grew up with. So, do I make mistakes sometimes? Yes, I will. Will I say something stupid? Definitely. Correct me, please. This is one of the things I'm still learning. I'm still learning. And yeah. Am I a Mason? No. Why should I be? Okay, Titus, the cases are about African American people, and I'm not. So I'm not allowed. I'm here to talk about trials. I don't give a flaming fuck on who's at trial. Not one bit. If you try to tell me I am not allowed, seriously, I'm here for the trial, nothing else. Nothing else. If you want to create a channel, go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. But I mean,
Yeah, I'm just here because a little
yeah.
girl, regardless of
Yeah.
however she happens to be
Yeah.
melanated or not,
Mm.
lost her life, and I want her
Yeah.
to see justice. And I'd
Yeah.
like to see how the judge works that justice out in his mind from the facts that were gathered and presented to him.
Yeah, I
So,
don't get this. And I've said this the entire time. Breasia Terrell deserves justice. She does. What that girl went through is horrible. Horrible. She deserves justice. And that is why I've been yelling at the prosecution the entire coverage, because
yeah,
I
she's been
want them
just
to
dead
do
awful.
better. Yeah, I want them to do better. So, yeah. Yeah. Let's continue to watch.
Function of us being up since 3 a.m.
Yeah, let's continue to watch Gun Guy, or he is not also allowed to comment on this. Jesus fucking Christ. People are really trying to. I mean, I'm already angry. I mean, you don't have to actively piss me off. I'm already pissed off at this trial.
Yeah, it's a kid trial. No one ever. It's already a hard trial. You guys, these trials are soul crushing. Gannon Stalk
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm.
If y'all want to know for serious why I'm doing the purse house and not the trial in with the
Hmm.
little girl in the car, I
Hmm.
couldn't do another kid trial for a while.
Hmm.
Not at all.
Yeah. And if you want to see me yell at white people, there's plenty of opportunities to do so. Austin 4 trial. I mean, I
Oh.
yell at everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
And just an update before we start back with the case. I believe, I don't know if Baker will be back, but if not, Sal and I will try to cover it. The Bradley Yan case he will be sentenced on Friday. So we will try to get a time for that and set up a stream for that.
Yeah, let's just, I had a good advice there. Just, let's just stop discussing race and or ethnicity. I'm here for justice. That's it. And if you have a problem with that, you can fuck the fuck off.
What he said.
This is the same revolver that we've been talking about here in terms of your examination in items, exhibits 54 and 55.
Yeah, if it's still hiding in here.
That's really
At this time, Your Honor, the state
my coverage of this.
into evidence.
I think the witness just said if it's still hiding in here, so you probably should open it.
Okay, now the stream is horrible. My anger is contagious on the stream and it buffers. And here's the thing, I don't see anybody else covering Manip covering this trial. Go right ahead.
The reason I made a point is because that's not my seal on there.
Those things are not exclusive of each other. I can claim every day of the week that she deserves justice and say, I don't think the prosecution brought good evidence. Those are not exclusive. Bringing justice has nothing to do. I mean, just because I want justice does not mean I have to accept bad prosecutions. That's it. I think it's the wrong mindset to say she deserves justice, therefore that guy needs to be convicted. That's not up to us. I think he's guilty. I also think the prosecution didn't bring enough evidence to find him guilty beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law. Two different things that I have to separate. It's a part of my training. I've said it number of times during this in these 4 hours, and you will never catch me say anything else because that's who I am. If you don't like it, if you want to be stroked, there's crime tubers all over the place who will stroke you any way they can to grift off you. Right, Mo?
I was going to say phrasing, but yes, justice for the little girl. That's okay. I think we're all a little Twitter-pated. It's been a long day, and perhaps it is the 4-hour mark, and it's a long case, and maybe it's.
Yeah, I would be ecstatic if the judge can explain why the evidence made him rule him guilty. I would be ecstatic.
Yeah, that's where I think we're gonna get a lot of good idea, or that's where I want to spend a lot of time, I think, is that I want to see where he's going to pull out his reasoning. Because I feel like if he can make sense of it, because like I said, I only saw bits and pieces of the trial, so I really want him to see if maybe he can pull all of this together. Because I'm guessing if he was a judge, then he was a prosecutor, maybe see where he would have put the case together and made it coherent.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling that that's where he's going to go, and he's going to cite things and make sure that it's
Coherent
all
and
tidy.
everything. Yeah. And I
Because
would
that's
be
where-
ecstatic if he makes it make
Yeah.
sense, because the prosecution hasn't. Let's continue for half an hour more, then I'm done with today.
Yeah, I think everyone's getting, like I said, kid cases are really hard. They
Yeah.
really are.
Is he going to open it without gloves? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, at least he's not almost cutting himself like the what's his face?
This
Cruz.
is the...
I'll touch it with your hands too.
Yeah.
Do we have?
He's okay.
Okay.
Oh wait,
And all the thing with pre-opened evidence
Eris
bags,
is
making it...
saying we have a verdict.
What?
I could be wrong.
No, this is just verdict watch. We are waiting for verdict. There is no verdict in. Yeah, actually, there's between 220 and 250 people in the chat watching, and only 2 trolls. That's amazing. No, this
And
is
they
just a
still
verdict
didn't
watch.
leave their laundry powder. For shame.
Yeah, and there's other. I mean, pre-opened evidence bags, so whoever was on the witness stand couldn't testify to chain of
That
custody.
exhibit will be admitted.
That's immensely stupid, but nobody objected, so that's that.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Freeze?
Yeah.
Mr. Tate, just so I'm clear, you can't tell us to any degree of scientific certainty that the 3 projectiles you were asked to test were fired from that firearm, right?
That's correct.
You're not representing that those are 38 special projectiles either, are you?
They're consistent with what I've experienced in my time,
Well,
but they could be, again, from a different particular, from a 9mm or a 357 Magnum.
it could be from that long list of manufacturers as well, correct?
Fired from, as far as fired from a firearm?
Yes.
From that long list? Yes, sir.
And when you were talking to the state about bullet weight and things of that nature, that's kind of specific to the ammunition as well, correct?
Yes.
And how many millions of rounds of Winchester plus P38 special do you estimate are out there on the market today?
I have no idea, sir.
It'd be a lot, right?
Yes.
And each one of those
Thank you,
is going
Nikki.
to have the same bullet weight, basically, right?
Thank you.
Yes.
And each one of those is going to have the same
2497.
grains of powder in them.
3
for the most
left
part,
to
correct?
2500.
For whatever the manufacturer
Yay.
cares to do, yes.
True. And they're also going to leave, if their manufacturing standards are
Just consistent with,
consistent,
but nobody
management
could put it
groups,
in
pretty similar no
Dinkins'
matter what
hands,
firearm they're shot
or
from.
being the actual gun
Yes.
used.
So the fact is this is a 38 special plus P Winchester bullet doesn't really help us much in this particular case, does it?
That's not up to me to decide, but
You didn't draw much inference from the fact that these bullets were Winchester 38 special plus P, did you?
I wouldn't even have known that. Honestly, I
I
fired
do
what
too. I
cartridges
believe he did it,
that were
but believing
similar
and
to-
proving 2 different things.
And
And in my
38
opinion, the
caliber,
prosecution could have
firearm,
handled this a
could
lot
be
better
357,
by actually
38
testing
special, or
stuff.
9mm. I think we need to explain to the court exactly how close those calibers are to one another. They're minute in difference, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And just exactly how small is that difference, sir?
Oh, approximately 2 1,000ths of an inch.
Okay. In fact, I get this wrong all the time, but the 357 can be shot out of the 38 special or vice versa.
Vice versa.
Okay, so if I have a 38 special, I can shoot 357 through it, right? Or did I get it wrong again?
You got it backwards.
Okay. So,
Let me help you out for a moment. The 357 Magnum is physically longer than the 38 Special. If you remember it like that, you know that the 38 Special can be fired in a 357, but not the other way around.
thank you. Now, you talked about this particular firearm and the trade name Llama. Llama's sold a lot of firearms in the United States, right?
Yes,
And when you buy a Llama firearm, they stamp their name right on it, right?
Yeah, you can shoot a 38
They
or
may,
357.
It's
I've
not
seen that
particularly a
in
high-end firearm,
by the
correct?
people
that is my
knowledgeable in
experience,
guns
yes.
in the
Okay.
chat.
You inspected this firearm and got the serial number on it and wrote it down, right?
Yes,
Did you look for the trade name on there?
no. I don't remember seeing it on there. I was actually looking at my notes and I didn't have it in my notes. So my practice in that case would have been to do an internet search based on the model name. And that's where Llama came up.
Because in evidence already is the fact that on the barrel is the name Lasser. Is Lasser the manufacturer of that firearm?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Because that list you provided in exhibit, I believe, 55, Lasser makes a Comanche 2 and
Yes.
Llama makes a Comanche 3, right?
Yes, there is a difference there.
What's the difference?
As I understand it, the Comanche 2 is a 38 Special specific to fire. The cylinder, the chambers within the cylinder will only handle a 38 Special cartridge. A Comanche 3 is one that's the cylinder is large enough to hold and withstand the pressures from a 357 Magnum.
So there is a difference between a Llama and a Lasser in this particular circumstance.
I couldn't tell you what it is.
Okay. But your testimony is after physically examining the firearm, you couldn't tell the manufacturer or the trade name.
Oh, I could tell you what the manufacturer was. The trade name I got from the internet search.
Okay. But looking at the firearm without going to the internet, you could tell me the manufacturer?
I might do a
Yes.
stream or
Yeah,
video
for sure.
about
Yes.
how I might have changed things, but generally about this trial, I think based on Mr. Pfeiffer's testimony, the prosecution should have listened to him more and done the case according to the evidence that he deemed reliable. And just focusing on things they could actually prove. The good circumstantial evidence, and make that the absolute center of this prosecution. That's the short version. Because I believe within all the crap the prosecution went in with, there is good circumstantial evidence that could have been used much better, in my opinion. But we don't know the result until the judge comes back with a verdict. If he somehow finds a guilty verdict and can motivate it in his reasoning, I will be ecstatic. Absolutely ecstatic. But there's so much muddling of the waters in this trial. So much. Which the defense had no problems poking holes in. That's my opinion. Let's continue with the cross here.
And you were given 3 fired projectiles, but there's been 6 fired from that firearm. That's your testimony?
Well, there were 6 fired casings.
Right. The indentations on the primer from the firing pin, can that tell us anything about this particular firearm? Can that help you
Well,
identify?
If there's a firing pin impression on a primer, it will usually fire the cartridge.
But can you then look at that cartridge and then do a test fire and compare the cartridges to say these two cartridges were fired in the same firearm?
Yes.
Did you do that here?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Well, the gun was too deteriorated, I
Why not?
presume.
I found the cartridge casings in the gun. I didn't have any reason to believe they hadn't been fired in that gun.
Yeah, that's
Typically, do people put fired casings into a revolver? Or leftover cartridge cases into a revolver?
good
I can
point.
only speak to myself, and the answer to that is no.
Hey, approach the Elmo.
Okay, make that a
Wouldn't-
hard
wouldn't-
stop. Now, Puppy needs to go out, and I need to pick up the boys at their new school. So
Okay, yeah. All
sorry
right.
about that.
Yeah. All right.
Puppy potty time waits for no man.
Yeah. If the judge decides to come back, I will set up a new stream.
Okay,
I
yeah,
will-
let me know.
Yeah, and I will let Mo know, and I will post it on Twitter, and I will post it in my Discord, and wherever I can. Everybody go subscribe to Mo as well, please.
Yes, please.
And I
Thank
will
you.
I will send you all off to Sal, who that will begin in an hour. What time is it?
At 4 Eastern. So it's 2:12 right now, and then we will be going
Okay.
over day 1 in the Purse House case. That is the sex therapist to the star, former fiance of Drew Carey. She was unalived by her ex-boyfriend stalker, possibly threw herself over her own balcony for reasons, according to the defense, as you do.
Yeah. And when I send you over to Sal, so it's an hour and 45 minutes. So you can have a
Yes.
nice break, grab a bite to eat, hug your family, for God's sakes.
Yes.
If they deserve it. If your family is shit, then fuck them and go hang out with friends who deserves your love. Okay?
And we are a weird chat, but we'll welcome you over and hug your kids if you've got them. These are hard
Yeah.
trials, extra hard.
Yeah.
I'm going to do
Yeah.
that, even if they're weird and feral. I love them. I'll see you guys later,
Yeah.
guys. Bye.
Bye.